Hello and welcome everyone. My name is Rohit Gautam and I'm an instructor at Hacktify Cybersecurity. I have taught various courses on different domains in cybersecurity like bug bounties, network security, reconnaissance to various students online and offline as well. Today, I'm very excited to launch a free course for all the beginners who want to kickstart their journey in cybersecurity. This course is known as Intro to Ethical Hacking and Cybersecurity. This course will provide you the basic understanding of fundamentals like types of hackers, what is cybersecurity, networking concepts, fundamentals of CIA Triad, practicals for ports and protocols, etc. I wish you all the best to learn this course so that you can start your journey in cybersecurity easily. All the best. Hello and welcome to this video. So, in this video, we are going to learn about what is hacking. So, as you can see onto your screen, a very basic definition of hacking is portrayed, which is to reinvent something. Now, you must have seen a lot of DIY hacks everywhere on YouTube and other platforms. So let's understand this with this image. On the left hand side you can see a girl which is wearing a skirt which is blue, and onto the right hand side she's wearing the same skirt but the other way around using her dress. Now this is a very simple DIY cloth hack. So this way the girl has reinvented her clothing, which can also be considered as a part of hack. Now with this you should understand that hacking is just not limited to hacking into computers. Hacking can be anything to think differently or to reinvent from the basic thing. Now let's discuss about computer hacking. So a very basic definition of computer hacking would be modifying or altering computer software or hardware to accomplish a goal that is considered to be outside of the creator's original objective. The basic definition of this is we have to make the software or hardware work in a different manner than what the original author thought of. If we are able to accomplish our task, then yes, you have identified a hack into that particular software or hardware. Okay, so a person or a thing which is being used in an unauthorized way which it was not intended to is termed as hacking. So what is a hacker? An individual who engages himself in computer hacking activities is typically referred to as hackers. Now, all hackers are not bad. So we are going to differentiate hackers in three categories into the next few couple of minutes. Before that, let's quickly understand the history of hacking. So, hackers were known as practical jokers a long time ago. And when was the first hack that ever happened? So the first hack happened at the MIT labs, wherein the engineers were able to perform phone calls through the trunk lines for free, which was coined as the first ever hack of our history. Remember, hacking is just not limited to do only free calls. Hacking has changed the perspective in these years, and there has been a lot of hacking in different domains. It can be considered in terms of IoT, in terms of web, mobile, in terms of different domains as well. So let's quickly break the myth. Hackers are not magicians. They do not perform magic. Yes, there is a lot of efforts into it, which can be writing a code or identifying a successful vulnerability and making an exploit for any specific software or hardware. Also, a very common thing, hacking is just not limited to hacking Facebook, Instagram, or other social media platforms. I have seen a lot of new beginners who jump into hacking with a mindset of hacking into Facebook and Instagram. Remember, it takes a lot of practice and efforts to identify vulnerabilities and issues into these giant platforms. So it's just not merely copying a code from somewhere and pasting it and thinking that we are able to hack these companies. Yes. So why does even hacks happen? So I have identified the major two root cause that is responsible for hacks that happen. The first one is human errors and the second one is vulnerable applications. So let's discuss about human errors. This comprises of 60 to 70% of attacks that happens. The major root cause is social engineering. A lot of times people fall into the traps of social engineering or phishing. They click on links wherein they get the victim of identity theft and sometimes they give their credentials. Also, there are many other ways to perform social engineering attackers use. Attackers use different attack vectors through emails, through SMS, which is known as smishing. They also use sophisticated voice calls, which is termed as vishing, to attack people. So let's discuss about vulnerable applications. So a lot of times, sysadmins or developers leave credentials or sensitive informations like API keys, passwords, and tokens into their servers, which can easily be accessed by anyone, which is kept public. A lot of time, they keep sensitive information into their code base or GitHub repositories, which can also be accessed by these threat actors. Also, developers do not use the best practices while developing any application, which give rise to many security vulnerabilities which the attackers can use and also exfiltrate and exploit to the system level, through which they can get remote code execution and finally get access to the network. This way, they can attack the whole network and compromise the security of any particular organization. So I hope you guys understood this. Thank you.
Hi, so in this video, we are going to see about the difference between hackers versus crackers. So this is a word which you must have heard a lot of times online. You must have come across a lot of blogs talking about hackers and crackers. Or whenever you are searching for any specific software or a movie or a game, you must have seen this word as cracked. So let's understand what is the basic and the main difference between a hacker and a cracker. So let's first begin with crackers. So all the paid softwares, keygens that we use for free are cracked by these crackers. So basically, these are a group of people which decompile the applications or make their keygens available, which basically means you are able to use the pro version or the professional version of any particular software or app for free. Now, this is considered as to be illegal, so it comes under black hat activity. If you're not familiar with this word, which is black hat, we're going to understand that into the next few seconds. So crackers basically perform cracking of premium applications and they make keygens, which is basically key generators. And you're able to use those generated keys to make the free version to the premium or the professional version, and you can use it. I highly do not recommend using any keygens like this because most of the times these keygens come across with a malware or a virus that may infect your system and may take sensitive information from your computer. Nowadays, these crackers are using highly sophisticated tools as well as ransomwares into many applications, programs, or cracks. If I give you very recent examples, then a lot of games online were cracked and uploaded on websites like Torrent. When users download those keygens for the games and they install it, they come infected into the computer. They come with ransomwares which infect their computers and lock the systems. Once their systems are locked and all the files are encrypted, they cannot decrypt or access the files. They have to pay ransom back to the attackers or to the crackers, or they have to completely format their system. This way they lose all the files. So again, I highly recommend do not use any keygens or cracking applications from torrent, because at the end it is going to infect your system and it may cause harm to your system. So now let's discuss about hackers. So who are hackers? They are the ones who make our digital life better. What are the rules for hacker? They help organizations in securing their infrastructure, starting from a website to a mobile application or any game that you play, or every day you scroll on social media platforms like Facebook, Instagram. This has been secured by a lot of hackers, which are known as security researchers as well, or white hat hackers. They identify security flaws into the code and the functioning of the applications and report it responsibly. This way, they safeguard the application from other bad people or malicious actors and keep us safe. So, they help and secure the surrounding, or to make the internet much more secure and a better place. So now let's quickly see and understand the types of hackers. So to a broad category, there are three specific type of hackers, starting from black hat hacker, white hat hacker, and a gray hat hacker. So black hat hackers are considered as the bad guys, as they do bad activities. They basically crack applications, install malware, and they hack into applications for malicious purposes. They are also known as crackers, and the activities that they performed are considered to be illegal. So what is a white hat hacker? A white hat hacker is a hacker who does good activities. He is also considered as an ethical hacker. Now, as I already expressed, the security researchers who identifies flaws into multiple applications or websites is considered to be a white hat hacker if he or she is responsibly reporting the vulnerability to the target organization. Now, this in turn makes the internet safer by patching those vulnerabilities or loopholes which can be attacked by bad people or black hat hackers. So, what is a gray hat hacker? A gray hat hacker is a combination of both, as the gray color is a combination of white and black. So, a gray hat hacker is the combination of white hat hacker and a black hat hacker. Now, why is this hacker considered as the most dangerous type of hacker? Because this hacker does both the activities, that is legal as well as illegal. So it becomes nearly impossible to identify who is a gray hat hacker. Now, to make things much more simpler, let me give a very simple example. So let's say there is a security consultant or a white hat hacker which has been hired by a government organization. So he works over there on multiple projects, and as he is working on those projects, he gets the internal applications and some of the sensitive data. In case he installed malicious backdoors into the network or the systems, or he takes out the sensitive data and sells it on underground forums or deep web, dark web. This way, he is considered as an insider threat, as he is disclosing and selling the sensitive data of the organization. So he is performing black hat activities and thus as considered as a gray hat hacker. Now, you cannot identify a gray hat hacker by the activities that he is going to perform. That's why he is considered as to be the most dangerous type of hacker. So I hope you guys understood the difference between all the three types. And yes, we have to be a white hat hacker. The course highly motivates the course highly motivates you to become a white hat hacker. Thank you. Hi everyone. So in this video, we are going to discuss about some more types of hackers apart from the white hat, black hat, and gray hat. So there are four more categories of hackers. The first one is nation-sponsored hackers, script kiddies, hacktivists, and suicide hackers. So what are nation-sponsored hackers? These hackers are sponsored by the government organizations of different nations in which they do research and identify for potential threats towards their country. What are script kiddies? These are basically the noobs or the new people who look onto internet for publicly available exploit codes. They try to modify it and they try to exploit some web server, software or application without knowing what is happening in the background. So basically you can say they blindly run the code which they get, and sometimes the code may also infect their system because they do not know what they are running. Next is hacktivist. Now this is a combination of two words, which is a hacker and activist. So these are those categories of hackers which do the activities for a social and political cause. So if you know about the hacking group which is anonymous, which does a lot of cyber ops, which is cyber operations, they are generally the category of hackers which is hacktivist because they fight for social and political reasons and they try to do their activities based on that only. Next one is suicide hackers. Now, as the name suggests, these types of hackers do not worry about the outcome that is going to happen. They have to perform a specific set of tasks and they do not care or they do not bother about being raided or being caught. These types of hackers are generally trained to create a lot of havoc and chaos to organizations and they do not worry about being caught. So let's understand a very important thing, which is not being a noob. Why I'm going to explain this is because I get a lot of queries from a lot of new people who have heard about this ethical hacking term. They seems to be very excited and motivated by hearing hacking, and they a lot of times express of how they have downloaded many hacking tools from the internet. Now you should always remember, if you are downloading any software from internet to hack a particular application, for instance Facebook, that is impossible. And you cannot do that obviously. You cannot hack $1 million company by downloading a specific set of software to hack someone's account. So these types of tools are generally hoaxed or doxed tool which contains malware into it. If you simply go on Google and search for Facebook hacking tool, you will get millions of pages which are being indexed. These pages are being created by spammers and crackers, which in turn wants to infect the computers of all the users. So rule number one, never search for free hacking tools on the internet, because this way you're not going to be a hacker. Instead, you're going to infect your system by downloading a harmful file or a malware into your computer. So as you can see over here, I have created a clone of Facebook into my computer. As you can see, this is the path of the page from which I'm running. Attackers use these malicious techniques to host fake phishing pages and ask the users to log in into them and thus perform credential theft or identity theft. So after users enter the credentials to the fake website, they throw a message. Let's say server error, internal server error, 404 not found, or try again after some time. So what happened in background is the user gave his own credentials onto the fake website, and thus those credentials are being logged by the server. This way, the attacker is able to capture those credentials and sell it on to dark web, deep web, or utilize it for some malicious activities. So what is the conclusion? You should never ever search for free hacking tools on the internet. Most of the time, these free hacking tools are hoaxed, doxed, or backdoor tools. I hope you guys understood, and I hope you guys take an oath to never ever search these types of tools and try to minimize the usage of free hacking these types of keywords onto the internet. Thank you. Hello everyone, and welcome to this video. So in this video, we're going to discuss about two very interesting things, which is, have I been pawned or have I been sold? Now, this is a free online service in which you can check if your accounts were compromised or not into any data breaches. So basically, these websites are collectively a database of all the compromised and leaked username and passwords. So they save the credentials in there, wherein you can identify if you have been the victim in any of the data breaches. Maybe you signed up on example.com, which has been compromised, and the attackers have access to your credentials. So that would be the best time to change your password from there if you identify that your account has been compromised. So let's quickly see how can we use this. So for that, you can simply go to the website. So let me just turn on my browser, and I'm going to type haveibeenpawned.com. And here you can see this is how it looks like. And now here it asks to enter an email address for you want to check. Here you can see it says 495 total pawned websites. These are the number of accounts. In total, these are the total number of pastes that has been done, and these are the paste account. The paste accounts basically means the number of user accounts that has been compromised and identified from different services. Here you can see the largest breaches that were done, and here you can see the collections. The collection 1 accounts, verification.io accounts, online spammer bot accounts, etc. etc. Here you can also identify the MySpace accounts and the total number of accounts that were compromised, Mashable, James, etc. Now let's quickly see if our account is compromised or not. So here I'm going to use one of my email address, which is a very old email address. So it's around 6 to 7 years old. And let me see if this email address is compromised or not. So I have used this email address on multiple websites, I believe, and few of them may have been compromised. So let's quickly check this. So just hit on this button and let's wait for it to give you the results. And it says, oh no, we have been pawned in 8 data breaches. That means that our username passwords or the credentials were leaked in total 8 data breaches. If you want to know the details, you can see over here. So the first is Canva. In May 2019, this website suffered a data breach. So if you are also a Canva user, you must be knowing that this website is used to make designs. And yes, I use it. So my username password was compromised in the data breach. Yes, and you can see the second one, which is set 0 day. And here you can see 226 million unique email addresses along with password pairs were compromised. Next is collection 1. Next is exploit.in. Next is Ixigo. Yes, I use Ixigo for booking tickets for trains, flights, etc. And MyFitnessPal, I used this website once while I was doing pen testing or bug bounty on this website. So I have used my email address onto it and it's showing the correct list. Now, here we have identified that this email address is compromised. So what the first thing that you can do is quickly change your password. So I have been changing my passwords every week. So yes, even if it was compromised, I have changed the password lately. I have changed my password for all the accounts, and I keep a habit to use strong passwords or strong passphrases which are very hard to detect. For example, if your password is apple123, instead you can use a passphrase like @pple123. Now, this represents the same thing, but it's harder to guess and brute force through many tools. So it becomes extremely hard for any attacker if he or she wants to brute force with some basic tools, because yes, it is going to take time to detect these types of passphrases. So I hope you guys understood this. Now let's quickly go on to the another app, which is Have I Been Sold.app, which shows that if your account was ever sold. So let's quickly check over here. Let's check the same account that we have identified and hit Have I Been Sold? And here you can see your email is not on any sold list we are currently aware of. Perfect. So this website has a collection of all the web applications which sell data or which sells credentials. So it does a query over there and identifies if your email address is onto that list. All right, so let's check one more email and see if this is compromised or not. And here you can see, good news, no pawnage found. That means this email address is not compromised. I have not been using this email address to sign up on multiple websites. I just use it on few websites which I trust. So this way, if your email address is not compromised, then yes, it's good. You will get the same message, which is good news. But if your email address is compromised, it is going to show you where it was compromised, and you can quickly change your password. So I hope you guys understood this. What is the usage of both these websites and the services that they provide, how you can utilize and test if your accounts has been ever hacked or your credentials are being exposed on some platforms. Thank you.
Hello everyone. So in this video we are going to discuss about the history of hacking. The hackers were not even known as hackers earlier, but they were given another name. Individuals used to refer them as practical jokers back then in 90s. Interestingly, the term hack did not originate from computers. Rather, it originates with MIT's tech model. So here is one of the very famous and big considered hack of the history is that engineers at MIT did phone calls through trunk lines for free. But now hacking has changed the whole perspective over the years. It is not just limited to free calls anymore. Thank you. Hello everyone. So in this video we are going to discuss about what not is hacking. As in, we are going to discuss about the misconception which most of the people carry related to hacking. We see a lot of movies and have seen and heard about a lot of hacking stuff. I saw a recent movie wherein I see a actor was able to get the whole details of the other person in just a matter of seconds by simply clicking 2 or 3 keys onto the keyboard, which is technically impossible. There are a lot of misconceptions about hacking are there. So before getting much into the course, we will first see and learn what not is hacking. I have come across many individuals who are very curious and are ready to peep into the girlfriends, boyfriends, brother, sister accounts like Facebook account, Instagram account, and so on. Also, I have seen many business competitors who try to contact hackers and are ready to pay high fees to get details about the competitor, but all the activities which they think are illogical and not technical. Hacking is not at all a magic. Hackers are not magicians. It takes a lot of research, experience, technical knowledge to become a hacker. It is not at all about just doing it in 2 or 3 seconds. The second misconception which I feel is hacking is not limited to hack into Facebook accounts, Instagram accounts, Snapchat accounts, and so on. So, as I discussed that hacking requires a lot of knowledge, practice, experience, and hard work. So, what are the weaknesses? How the accounts get hacks? What is the logic behind it? So, the first weakness which I feel comes from human. So, these are human errors. By weakness of human, I mean if he or she can be spoofed or tricked by any fake phishing mail or any other social engineering attack, which recently happened with Twitter and has created a lot of chaos all over. Humans are the weakest link in cybersecurity. The second one is vulnerable application. By weak applications, I mean the technical flaws, bugs, loophole, or vulnerabilities that exist, such as CSRF, XSS, authentication bypass, captcha bypass, unauthenticated redirects and forwards, which may give an attacker the whole access of the application. Do not worry if you didn't understood the words or the words sounds new to you. We are going to discuss about everything in depth and details with practical in coming videos. Thank you. Hello everyone. So the topic for this video is not being a noob. Noob is an English word whose meaning is a person who is inexperienced in a particular activity, especially computing or the use of internet. Let me explain you this with an example. Let's imagine that someone came to my office and said that can you please help me in hacking my girlfriend's Facebook account, as I am pretty sure that there is something she is hiding which I want to know. So my answer to that was a clear no. He was upset and went his home. Next day he came again to me and said the same thing, that I want to hack my girlfriend's Facebook account and I have got some tools to do so. But there is a little error. Can you please help me with that? So let me explain you a bit about the tool. The tool had a full black background with a green colored font which makes you feel like a hacker. When you opened that tool, there was a input field which says write the username or an email address you want to hack. He quickly entered the girlfriend's email address. The another thing that was there onto the tool was a button with the text "Click here to hack." He quickly clicked on that button "Hack" and something started processing. It processed for 80%, 90%, 99% and 100%. At the end of the process bar, there was an alert which appeared saying "Successfully hacked. Kindly enter your credentials to log in and continue to see the password." So, out of excitement, he quickly entered his email address and password into the application, and when he logged in, an error appeared which says "Oops, server error, try again later." So then he said, "I was very close, but this error appeared." But do you know what happened during this process? I want you to pause this video for 5 minutes and think. Yes, so he went to hack the girlfriend's account, but he ended up putting his own credentials into the fake account. All the hacking tools that are available on internet are meant to hack you. They are never going to give you any access to anyone's account. You cannot hack $1 million company like Facebook by just a free or a paid tool. If it is, everyone would be hacked till now. Everyone around the world would have hacked each other, and there would be nothing like security if it is. But finding technical flaws and getting access to the accounts is altogether a different perspective known as security testing or VAPT. So, my suggestion to you is you should never ever search for any free hacking tools on internet. Most of the times those free hacking tools are hoaxed, doxed or backdoor tool. What do I mean by this backdoor? So I mean that a tool is decompiled by an attacker. They put their malicious code inside it, they repack the tool, and then they give and distribute the tool for free everywhere. When you run that tool, the attacker gets the session or access to your computer, and then he steals your data from your computer. All these what I am talking about in theory, we are going to see everything in depth with practical in further videos. Thank you.
Hello everyone and welcome to this video. So in this video, we are going to discuss about a very important concept about ethical hacking and cybersecurity, which is CIA Triad. So what is CIA? As you can see into the picture, CIA stands for confidentiality, integrity and availability. Now, these three are considered to be the fundamental pillars for information security. Let's understand each one of them in depth. Let's quickly begin with confidentiality. So what is confidentiality? So let's take an example. Of two users, Bob and Alice. They both wants to make a communication between them, and let's say they are the modern day Bob and Alice, so they're going to use Facebook to talk. So Bob sends a message to Alice which is "Hi." In this case, I do not want to read that message, or maybe let's say I want to read that message. Does Bob wants me to read that message? No. Does Alice want me to read that message? Obviously not. So this way, the message which is intended for the recipient, which is Alice, from the sender, which is Bob, is only between them. This way, confidentiality is being maintained by Facebook. So the basic definition of confidentiality is that any data that has been processed or is processing between two parties, A and B, should always remain confidential and no third party unauthorized access should be allowed. Only those two parties who are involved into the communication can be able to see what the message contains. So this is a very simple definition of confidentiality. To sum up, there should be confidentiality between two parties of whatever data has been flowing between them. Let's quickly move on to the second principle, which is integrity. So what is integrity? So integrity basically means that the file type or the data should never be changed. If there is any modification or alteration into the data, that is either be in static or it's in motion, which is flowing between one party to another, should always remain intact and same. Now let me give you a very basic example. Let's say you go onto your browser and you want to download a movie. So you searched for that specific movie. You went onto a website. Once you clicked on to the download button, something started downloading. After a few minutes, you see the download has been completed and the file that is downloaded is not a MP4 video. Instead, it is movie.exe. Now, in this manner, you have downloaded something else, which means the integrity has been compromised. When you wanted to download a movie, but instead you got something else, the file has been modified while it was coming from the server to you. In the similar manner, hackers sometimes change the files onto the servers. They hack into the server, and once they have the unauthorized access, they modify the files or sometimes modify the source code and inject their backdoors into the application. This way, those applications or software that you're going to access are being compromised and does not contains it integrity. So you should always be aware that if anytime there is any modification or alteration done into any data, that should be discarded and should not be used. So CIA Triad's integrity principle says this, that if there is any change into the data, that is alteration or modification, if the data is static or in motion, then the data should not be used and should be discarded. I hope you guys understood integrity. Let's move on to availability. So what is availability? A very simple principle. Any data which is onto the internet should always be available. For example, if I give you a very simple example, let's say you have completed your exams. Let's say you have completed your 10th standard or 12th standard and you're waiting for your results. And the date comes, your friend calls up and says that I have checked my result. You also check it. You go onto the website and you see the website does not load at all. Why? Because there are a lot of users who are accessing the same website or the same resource altogether, which basically means a lot of IP addresses are trying to access the same resource. This way, the server has got overwhelmed and is not able to serve all the IP addresses altogether. Let's assume the server is running on a specific version of software, which is Apache Web Server, which is only able to serve 1000 IP addresses at a time. So if you are the 1001th user onto the web application or the website of the board exam, then you will not be able to see the website or its resources. It will only say you internal server error 404 or try again later, or the website will keep on loading until it sees that any other user goes from the website, and then the website will serve you the resource. Now what do we learn from this? We learn that there should be always availability of any resource or data that has been onto any particular organizations. So this way, the availability should not be compromised. Now, we use these three principles in information security in identifying the severity of the vulnerabilities. Also, we use this in identifying the score of how bad is going to be the impact based on if the confidentiality has been compromised by any specific attack or vulnerability, if the integrity has been compromised, or the availability has been compromised. So, this was the CIA triad. I hope you guys understood this. Thank you. Hello, everyone. So, as we have understood and learned about the CIA triad, now let's see a practical example of CIA triad. So, for this, we are going to use a software which is HashCalc. Now, what is this software? It is basically a hash calculator. So I guess you must have identified that we are going to test for integrity of CIA. So now let's quickly see how can we identify integrity for any data. So it is the practical time, and let's quickly jump on to the practical. So for all the users which are on Windows based operating system, they can simply come onto this website and they can download HashCalc from here. It is a very small software and it is totally free of cost. As you can see over here, it says it's free and the size is only 468 KB. Now, as I'm onto a Mac operating system, I'm going to use a Mac based similar alternative software, which is again free of cost, and the working is totally the same. Both the tool works the same way. Now let me just open the tool, and the name is Hashbox. So this is how it looks like. Now it asks you to drop files over here. So let's quickly create a file. So let's say the file content be the account number, and let's say the account number is 1234. Let me quickly save this file, and let's say we give the name as check integrity.txt. Let's save it on desktop and hit save. Now we have created a file. So as per the hash box, as we want to calculate the integrity, it is asking to drop files. So let's quickly drop the file. This is the file name, right? So let's quickly drop it over here. And here you can see it has identified for the integrity. Now you can see it has identified the integrity of the file, which is various checksums. Now you can see over here it is MD4, MD5, SHA1, SHA256 and SHA512. Now we are going to use the MD5 hash. Okay, so I'm going to export this hash into a file. So let's say we call the name as checksums.txt, and we only want to export the MD5 sum and click on save. Alright, so now let's modify this file. So let's say the modification be the in the account number. So let's say 5, and let's save this file again. I have saved this file. Let me drop it again over here. The file name was check integrity, right? So let's identify the file name, pick it from here, drop it over here, and you can see the hash which has been generated. Well, now let's quickly see if the hashes are same or not. So the file which we created was checksums, and you can see over here so now we are going to modify the account number in the file. As you can see, we have modified it to 1235. Let me just save this file And now we are going to identify the integrity of the same file but with different content or different data. This is the file that we created. As you can see, it is 1 2 3 4 5. So let me just drag and drop this file over here, and you can see the new hashes which has been successfully generated. If I show you the comparison of the hash that has been generated, so let me open the file which is checksums, because this is the file which we created last time, and let me just zoom in a little bit. Now you can see the MD5 sum was this, and this is the MD5 sum which has been created for the new file with a change in account number. Now you can see over here this MD5 sum and this MD5 sum is not same. They are different. Now this proves that if there is any modification or alteration if done into any data, then the integrity is going to get hampered and it is going to change. All right. Now let's see one more test case. If I do this back to 1 2 3 4 and again calculate the integrity, let's see what is the integrity that we are going to get. Now I want you guys to guess what is going to be the integrity of the same file that we are going to identify, or this checksum. Is it going to be the same as the first test case, or it is going to be different? So just pause the video for a few seconds, think about it, and you can resume it. So let me just drop the file over here and let's identify if it is same or not. And you can see the MD5 sum starts from 6A6 and ends with 40E, and it is exactly the same. And if you thought the same, then congratulations, you are right. We have identified the right checksum or the right integrity. Now through this test case we have proved that if the data remains exactly the same before the modification, the integrity remains the same because the data is now exactly the same as it was at the first point. There is no modification or alteration into the data. So I hope you guys understood this. Now I'm going to show you one more test case. I'm going to save this file again, and now I'm going to again check the integrity. This is the fourth test case that we are trying. I want you guys to again pause the video and tell me what is going to be the result. So let's quickly take this file, drop it over here, and let's see what is the result. Now, many of you must be thinking the checksum is going to be the same as the first test case because the account number remains the same. I have not done any modification. So let's see the MD5 hash, and you can see it is changed. Now, I hope every one of you must be surprised to see why is there a change in the result of the MD5 sum when the file content remains the same. We have not changed anything, neither have we changed the name of the file. Everything remains the same. The account number is 1234 as per the first test case. Now I have done a very minute modification into the file which may be unnoticed by you by our naked eyes, and you can see over here this is the modification that has been done. I have added a white space over here, a blank space, and saved the file, because of which it has identified that there is a modification. So this basically proves that by adding a simple white space or a tab, the modification or the alteration into a file happens, and this will generate a new checksum, a new hash, and the integrity is going to change. Now let me remove the space, save the file once again, and now let's do the same test case. Let me drop it over here, and now in this last test case we are going to get the same checksum, and you can see it is exactly the same that we have identified in our first test case. So I hope you guys understood the principle of integrity and how it gets changed, how you can identify it using this tool. Now, what is the practical usage and example of this, you may ask, into your day-to-day daily life? Now, whenever you're downloading any files, any software from internet, you should always check its checksum. So this way you are aware that there are no modifications or alterations done into the software by anyone. For example, let's say you want to download a software which is VLC Media Player. So I'll go onto the website and I want to download this software. Let's say my network is infected. I'm into a LAN connected network and there has been someone who is doing man in the middle attack and has been identifying whatever activities I'm doing. Now, if he or she may change the downloaded data from the website to me in my network, I may download a malware. This way, I will not get what I was intending to. The integrity of the file will change in between. To stop this, we can identify the hashes of that file. For example, let me click on over here and you can see different file types you want to download for operating systems, and you can see I am downloading it for macOS. Here you can see display checksum, and we have identified the checksum. So I do not want to download this for now, so I'm going to hit cancel, and you can see the checksum which is presented over here. Now once the file is downloaded, I'm going to drop it into hashcalc or hash box and identify the SHA-256 checksum. And if it is exactly the same, then and only then I'm going to install it or interact with the file. So let me show you one more example. So let's say I want to use this software which is PuTTY, a very famous software which is used to doing SSH between clients. Now let's say I want to download this. Let's say I'm going to download a 64-bit version. Now this is a Windows software, so it is not going to run into my computer, but still it is enough to show you the practical. So you can see the file has been successfully downloaded into my computer. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this file and drop it into over here, and let's see what is the integrity of the file. And you can see these are the checksum which are presented over here. Let's go down and let's just search for checksums, and here you can see these are the checksums which are present. Let's search for PuTTY because we have downloaded PuTTY and we have downloaded a 64-bit version, and you can see over here this is PuTTY 64-bit and this is the MD5 sum. Let me just zoom it a little bit for you, and you can see it starts with DC, ends with F0F. Let's verify is it the same, and you can see it is exactly the same. It starts with DC and ends with F0F, which means we have downloaded the same correct file from the server, because the checksums which have been uploaded by the sysadmin or developer matches exactly with the checksums that we have identified in our computers. Now this proves that there is no modification or alterations into the file that has been done into my network while the data was downloading. So I hope you guys understood this practical usage, and it will be beneficial for you into your day-to-day life as well. Thank you.
Hello everyone. So in this video, we are going to learn about ports and protocols. We will see why ports and protocols is important, what are the ports and protocols, how do they help us, how do they work, and how many ports and protocols are there. So to understand the principle of how a port and a protocol works and what are they, I have demonstrated an example over here. So as you can see, here is Rohit and here is Google. There is a wall between both of them. If Rohit wants to access to Google or Rohit wants to see to Google, he cannot see because the wall is there in between. Now, Rohit has to make a hole into the wall and he can now look through that hole to Google with his eyes. Perfect. So now he is able to look to the Google. What is this hole? This hole is nothing but a port through which he is able to see. So in technical language, now we'll not call this as a hole but a port. So what is a port? A port is a medium through which a client can communicate with the server as well as the server can communicate with the client, or a request can pass through. Similarly, if Rohit makes multiple holes into this wall, then he is able to send a lot of requests from each and every port. Perfect. So we have understood how a port works and why port is used. It is used to transfer from one end to another end, or to behave as a bridge between a server and a client so the request can pass through. Perfect. So each port uses a protocol. So let's say this port number is 443. Now Rohit is going to pass a request to 443 and the service that will be used is HTTPS, Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure. Perfect. So what is a protocol? Protocol is a set of rules by definition in computer. Networking protocol is a standard way for computers to exchange information. Each protocol has a port number assigned to it, as we saw into the previous example. So there are total 65,535 ports, which comes by this way 2 raised to 16, whatever the answer is, minus 1. So the answer of this is 65,536 minus 1, which makes the total port number as 65,535. Thank you. Hello everyone. So in this video, we are going to discuss about protocol which is HTTP and HTTPS, the most famous and widely used protocol by every one of us on the internet. So HTTP works on a port number that is 80. HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol. This is an application layer protocol, as we have already studied into the OSI layer. This is the 7th layer protocol. HTTP is used to connect to the web pages on the internet. Whenever you try to visit any website, for example google.com, HTTP or HTTPS is used. Port 80 basically expects or waits for the web client to ask for a connection. And this is basically how you try to connect to any of the web client from your browser. Once this connection has been made, you will get the privilege to connect to the World Wide Web, which is www, and get access to various web pages out there, which is basically nothing, the websites. In the similar manner, how HTTP works is the same HTTPS works, but this is in a secure manner. The connection of HTTPS is considered as secure and encrypted. So HTTP works on port number 443. The full form is Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure, because the connection which is established between both the parties, that is client and server, is considered secure and encrypted. So HTTPS is a secure protocol which uses TLS and SSL certificate to ensure the authentication is there between both the client and the server. Perfect. So as you can see, I'm onto this website, which is HTTPS works on the port number that is 443. So I'm typing the domain name and I'm giving the port number that is :443, and you will be able to see I'm able to redirect to the same website. This was HTTPS. So let's understand HTTP. So as we can see, this is leaderboard.srsecure.xyz, which is running on HTTP, and my browser is also showing that it is an insecure connection. It is not secure. So let me try to connect to HTTP using the port number that is 80. As you can see, I have given the port 80 and I'm connected to HTTP. Also, I can directly connect using the protocol that is http://leaderboard.srsecure.xyz. So I hope you guys understood. I can connect to HTTP using port 80 and HTTPS using port 443 directly through the protocol as well as the port number. Thank you. Hello everyone. So in this video, we are going to discuss about some ports and protocols. So the first port that we are going to discuss is FTP. FTP stands for File Transfer Protocol. The port number for FTP is 20 and 21. The usage of FTP protocol is to transfer files or upload and download files between a server and a client. So basically, system admins or any one of us can use FTP to transfer files between a server and a client. So we can send file as well as receive file. So the practical time, let's see how we can perform FTP. So as you can see, I have opened up my terminal. On the terminal, you simply have to type FTP and hit enter. After hitting enter, you can see that you have come inside the FTP. Now, to connect to any server, you need to type open a connection to whatever server you want to connect. So let's say I want to connect to the server 192.168.43.213. After giving the server's IP address, you just have to hit enter. After hitting enter, you can see connected to the server, and a welcome message also appears. Perfect. Now it is asking for a username. So I will provide the username. So let's say the username is admin, and then it will ask you to specify the password. I have also given the password, and now I have successfully logged in into the application. After logging in into the FTP, I will just type the ls command, which stands for list, to see whatever is there into the FTP server. As you can see, this is the output of the ls command, and there are a couple of files and folders over there. So let's say we try to see what is there inside this readme file. So to read this file, we need to download this file, as FTP does not allow an option to read the file. So first I have to download this. So for downloading, I'm going to type a command that is get, because I want to get the file into my computer. Similarly, to upload a file, I will use put command. So I have given get and the file name, and you can see the transfer is complete and it has been downloaded into my computer. So let me just go into my computer and see what is inside this file. Let me search for the file and let me just try to open this file. So it is written, congratulations on reaching here for FTP. Perfect. So we have completed the FTP and we have understood that how a FTP works and how you can perform successful FTP to transfer files between two computers. Thank you. Hello everyone. So in this video, we are going to see the next port and protocol, that is SSH. So SSH stands for Secure Shell. It has the port number 22. The usage of SSH protocol is to provide secure and encrypted communication between a client and a server. SSH is mainly used to do a remote login to any client or any server. So let's see the practical of how we can use SSH to perform a remote login into any computer. So to start with SSH, you have to open up your terminal and you have to type SSH and then space whatever username you want to log in into the remote computer. So let's say there is a user that is admin that is being installed or added into the remote computer. Then you have to type the IP address of the remote server. So I have given the IP address 192.168.43.213 and then you can specify the default port. You do not need to specify the default port if the remote server is working on 22 itself. If it is working on any other different port than 22, then you can specify using -p. After you hit enter, you can see, are you sure you want to continue connecting? You just have to type yes to make the decision as yes, and then it will ask you for a password to connect to the SSH server. So after you give the right password, you can see you are connected to the remote server, that is Parrot Security. Now I will do a ls to see what are the files listed over there. So I can see there are many files and folders. So I will just try to navigate to one of the folders, that is U1. After going into this U1 folder, I can see there is a file, glad you reached here. So I'm just trying to read this file using the cat command. So you can see after doing cat, to read the file, it is saying to go here /root/pro. So let me just navigate to this directory using the cd command. Cd stands for change directory. So change directory to /root/pro. After going here, let's do a ls. As you can see, there are 3 more files and folders. So let me just go to the flag folder. After going inside, let me do a ls to list what is there inside. As you can see, there is a file called as flag.txt. So I'm just going to read this file using the cat command. And you can see, hey, you won, Mr. Pro Hacker. So we have successfully completed our SSH, that how you can remote login into any server and you can navigate inside the server and read for files and folders. I hope you understood. Thank you. Hello everyone. So in this video, we are going to cover some more ports and protocols which are used for doing remote login or remote connection. So the first protocol is Telnet. Telnet works on port number 23. The full form of Telnet is Telecommunication Network. The usage of Telnet is to establish an unencrypted communication between a server and a remote computer. So basically, Telnet is also used for remote login, but it does not provide a secure connection between remote login. That's why it makes an unencrypted communication which is vulnerable to man-in-the-middle type of attacks. So, what is the difference between SSH and Telnet? You have to note that the key difference between Telnet and SSH is that SSH uses a encryption and a secure connection, which means that all the data that has been transmitted over the network is secure from eavesdropping. Telnet provides an insecure connection, which is opposite to SSH, which can lead to a man-in-the-middle attack. So SSH is more secure than Telnet. We generally do not use Telnet anymore. Next is RDP. So this is for Windows based computers. RDP uses the port number 3389. RDP stands for Remote Desktop Protocol. This port has been developed by Microsoft. As I already said, this is used for establishing a connection with a remote computer, but this time you need a Windows device at the other end. So I hope you guys understood what is SSH, what is Telnet, what is the difference between both, and what is RDP protocol. Thank you. Hello everyone. So in this video, we are going to cover about what are the network models that we use. We are going to discuss about TCP/IP model and OSI model. So what are these models is the first thing that we are going to discuss. After that, we are going to discuss about how internet works on this model. Next, what is TCP/IP model? And then what is OSI model? Then the difference between both the models and how data flows in OSI model. How do we implement OSI and TCP/IP model into our day-to-day life? So let's see what is TCP/IP model. So first, TCP stands for Transmission Control Protocol. IP stands for Internet Protocol. So first thing, this model starts from the bottom. As you can see, first is the network. Second block is the internet block. Third is the transport block, which is the transport layer. And the last layer is application layer. Next is the OSI model. This model also starts from the bottom. So the first layer is physical layer. Second layer is data link layer. Next layer is network layer. Next is transport layer. Next is session layer. Next, presentation layer. And the last layer is the application layer. You can also remember these 7 layers by this. Please do not throw sausage pizza away. This is one of the tricks to remember this model. Thank you. Hello everyone. So in this video, we are going to see how a user uses OSI model into his day-to-day life. So in this example, I'm going to show you how Rohit is going to text his girlfriend on Facebook. In the background, the basic funda and principle is OSI model is playing a very important role to achieve this. So let's see how. As we are already aware about the OSI model that it contains the 7 layers. So let's see this. The first layer is the physical layer onto which Rohit is going to turn on the computer. The next layer is the data link layer onto which it checks for the NIC card, which is the network interface card, that if NIC is present into the computer, through which the computer can get connected to the internet and function. Also, it checks for the MAC is present onto the NIC or not. MAC stands for MAC address, Media Access Control, which is a permanent address to identify any device. Next is the network layer, onto which Rohit is going to connect to internet using wired mode or wireless mode, that is Wi-Fi. Next layer is the transport layer. So after connecting to the Wi-Fi, Rohit is going to open up his browser and he is going to type www.facebook.com.
The next layer is the session layer. Onto this layer, Rohit is going to log in and create a valid session with the Facebook's server. Next layer is the presentation layer. Onto this layer, the server represents the app as it is on the client side. As the application has been developed, it will be seen onto the client's end, that is the Rohit's end, the user's end. The last layer is the application layer. So the user runs the applications, and in the background there are protocols being used such as HTTP and HTTPS, and he successfully sends a message to his girlfriend. So this was the practical implementation of OSI layer into our day-to-day life. So now let's see what is the data flow into the OSI model. So on the left side is the data flow that is happening into the OSI model. So as you can see, the first layer is the physical layer, into which the data is in the form of bits 0101. The next layer is the data link layer, onto which the data is then converted into the form of frames. Next layer is the network layer, on which internet gets connected with the device. So in this layer, the data is further converted into packets, because data is being sent between client and server in the form of packets only. The router also throws and transfers packet to the devices. The next layer is the transport layer, wherein protocols like TCP and UDP comes in place, and the data is converted now into segments. The next layer is the session layer, and the data flow is in the form of data only, and on the presentation layer it is again in the form of data, and last application layer it still remains the same data. So I hope you guys understood that how data flows between each layer of OSI model. Thank you. Hello everyone. So in this video, we are going to learn about network types. So what is a network? How do they help us? What are the network types? And what are the difference in networks? Okay, so first of all, what is a network? A network is a connection of two or more computer systems, servers, or mainframes. As you can see into the diagram, there are many different devices which are connected to a router in the center, which is further connected to a ISP, which is an internet service provider, which gives internet. So the network, what is the purpose of a network? To share files, to do electronic communication, and to exchange resources. Networks can be linked through telephone lines, radio waves, satellites, and infrared light beams. So the first network type, that is LAN. LAN stands for Local Area Network. It is a collection of computers connected with each other in small place, such as school, hospital, apartment, or any organization. You must have seen these type of network into your school or college or company. LAN is considered secure because there is no outside connection with the local area network. Thus, the data which is shared is safe on the LAN network and is not accessible by the outside world. LAN can be wired connection using cables, or it can be wireless, or both. Due to the small size, LAN is considered to be faster into the same network. So let's quickly discuss about MAN. MAN stands for Metropolitan Area Network.
MAN is a collection of LAN through telephone lines. So MAN is considered a bigger network than LAN, as you can see into the figure at the bottom. MAN covers the larger area like city or town. So what is WAN? WAN stands for Wide Area Network, which provides long distance transmission of data. The size of WAN is larger than LAN and MAN. WAN can cover country, continent, or even the whole world. It basically connects the whole world with the internet. So the example is internet. The next network type is PAN. PAN stands for Personal Area Network. So this type of network is made to interconnect devices and make a very small personal area network for a small and a specific range. A PAN provides data transmission among devices such as computers, phones, tablets, or personal digital assistants. The best example of a PAN network is Bluetooth, Wi-Fi hotspot, or a Zigbee network. Remember, all these types of networks are limited to a specific range. That's why these are called as personal area network.
Hello everyone and welcome to this video. So in this video, we are going to discuss about malware family. So maybe this term would be new for you, or you must have not heard about what is a malware, but I'm definitely sure you have heard about something like virus or a worm or a Trojan. Now, all those are subclass or categories of malware, or you can say they are the branches of the malware family. So now we are going to discuss about all of them and understand how they are a part of the malware family and how they are different from each other. How is their specifications and how they infect the systems. Alright, so as the name suggests, malware, it is a combination of two words. The first one is malicious and the second one is software. So basically a technical definition would be any malicious software which causes harm to your computer is known as a malware, because yes, it is a malicious software. Now, what are the categories, or you can say what are the components of the malware family? So as you can see on your screen, these are few people who lies into the malware family, which starts from virus, worm, Trojan, spyware, scareware, and ransomware. Now I'm definitely sure you must have heard about few of them, but maybe not all of them. So we are going to understand each one of them, and also we are going to differentiate all of them of how they work and what are the similarities and differences. So I hope you guys understood about the malware family.
Hello everyone and welcome to this video. So I have successfully started my virtual machine, which is Parrot OS, which is based on Debian based flavor. Now let me just quickly log in into my machine and then we will begin. Let me choose a user through which I'm going to give the system commands to my computer. So once I'm logged in into my machine, we are basically going to start our terminal. So to start a terminal, you have to click over here. As you can see, this is called as a terminal, and through the terminal only, you are going to operate your computer, which is your Linux operating system. So let me just quickly write ls over here. Now ls means to list and to see what is there into your computer. So let me just hit enter and you can see output that comes onto your terminal. Now ls basically means to list, and we are able to see what are the files and folders which are the directories into the system. Currently, I do not want to check for updates, so I'm going to hit no. Now, if you notice here, you can see root@parrot. What does this mean? This basically means the user which is currently logged in is root and the machine name is parrot. We also have a command to verify that. So let me just type who am I, and you will be able to see the user which is logged in, which is root, and let me type the command which is host name, and you will be able to see the machine name which is parrot. So I hope you guys understood how you can start a terminal into Linux and how you can execute a command and get the output onto the terminal. In upcoming videos, we are going to execute more commands that we are going to use in our day-to-day life to access and operate the Linux OS. So see you into the next lecture. Thank you. Hello everyone and welcome to this video. So in this video, we are going to see the Linux boot process. Now, every one of you must be knowing that whenever we press the power button, our computer gets started. But what's actually happening behind the hood in the background is very important to know and understand. That is the reason we are going to understand the Linux boot process and how a system actually starts. So it follows 6 high-level steps in the boot process, and we are going to understand each one of them one by one in depth. So let's begin with the first one, which is BIOS. So BIOS stands for Basic Input Output System, which executes the MBR. The second one is MBR, which stands for Master Boot Record, which then executes the grub. The full form of grub is Grand Unified Bootloader, which then in turn executes the kernel. Next is the kernel, which is also known as the heart of the computer, which executes the sbin and the init programs. Next is init, which is also known as initialization, which executes the run level programs into the Linux system. The next one is the run levels. Now, run level are the programs which are executed from this directory, which is /etc/rc.d /rc1.d rc2.d, which has been demonstrated here with rc*.d. Now, run levels are those levels in which the Linux system will boot. For example, there are multiple run levels which start from run level 0 to run level 6, which we are going to understand in the later part of the lesson. Now, let's quickly understand what is BIOS. As we have learned, the full form of BIOS is Basic Input Output System. Now, what does actually the BIOS does? It performs the integrity checks. It also searches, loads, and executes the bootloader program. Now, whenever you start your computer, BIOS quickly checks for all the CD, DVDs, SD cards, and the hard disk drives which have been attached to your computer. It also checks the boot sequence. Now, if you want to modify the boot sequence, you can press the keys, which is F12 or F2, and it may also vary based on your system. The next one is the MBR, which stands for the Master Boot Record. Now, the MBR is located into the first sector of the bootable disk. It is usually into this path, which is /dev/sda, where dev stands for device, or sometimes it's in /dev/hda. This is the first sector of the bootable disk. Now, it is always less than 512 bytes in size, and it has 3 major components. As you can see onto the right hand side of the screen, the first 446 bytes are being assigned to the primary bootloader info, the next 64 bytes have been assigned to the partition table, and the last 2 bytes are given to the grub, which we are going to see the next. So what does grub stands for, and what is the importance of it? So grub stands for Grand Unified Bootloader. Now it chooses the kernel image to load and it executes it later on. It is like a splash screen onto your computer which execute the default kernel images from your computer. You can have multiple kernel images like kernel 1, kernel 2, kernel 3 that can be different operating systems like Kali, Parrot or Red Hat. So it loads and executes the kernel and gives you the opportunity to load into a specific operating system. The next is the kernel, which is also known as the heart of the computer. It executes the sbin/init, and there are multiple system programs which get executed into this step. Now, the kernel mounts the root file system into the grub.configuration file which has been specified. It also executes the initialized programs which is located into the sbin folder, which is the system bin folder. And finally, it loads the file system of the operating system. Next is the init. So init executes the run level programs. Now you may think, what are the run levels? You're going to understand the run levels in next couple of seconds. So init decides in which run level your system needs to be booted. It also decides the programs to be loaded when your computer starts. So coming to the run level, how many are there? As you can see onto your screen in the right hand side, there are different run levels which starts from run level 0, run level 1 to run level 6. Now, whenever your system boots, it goes into a fixed run level, which is the run level 3, which is multi-user plus networking. Let's understand all the run levels one by one. So what does run level 0 stands for? It stands for shutdown or halt, which means onto your computer into your terminal, if you type run level 0, then your computer is going to shut down. Now you cannot type the command run level. You have to type the command which is init 0, which gives the instruction to your computer that the user wants to go into the run level which is 0. So the command is init, which stands for initialize the run level 0. The next is run level 1. Now, if you type init 1 into your terminal, you're going to go into a single user mode without networking. That means only one user can now use the system and there will be no internet. Next is the run level 2, which is multiple users with no networking. Run level 3 is the default run level into which any operating system boots, which is the multi-user plus networking. Now, this is the run level which every one of us gets by default booted in, wherein multiple users can be switched as well as we have the network access. Next one is the run level 4, which is undefined and which is used for research and development purposes. The next is the run level 5. Now, run level 5 works exactly as run level 3, which is multi-user plus networking with X11 protocol support. Now, X11 protocol is a display GUI protocol which is used to enhance the operating system. And the last one is the run level 6, which is used to reboot or restart the system. So onto your terminal, if you type init 6, which means you're giving the instruction to initialize the run level 6, your computer will automatically restart. So now we have completed the run levels, which is run level 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 respectively. Now, as we have also understood the run levels and the programs that are executed from this directory, which is /etc/rc.d/rc1.d, rc2.d and so on. We have also understood how the system executes program based on fixed run levels. We have also understood the directories of these programs. Now, one important thing to remember over here is the programs that start with S into those directories are used for startup, and the programs which starts with K are used for shutdown. Now, why K? Because K stands for kill. I hope you guys understood that what are the run levels and how the Linux boot process functions. If you have any questions or queries, you can always post it into the Q&A. Thank you. Hello everyone and welcome to this video. So we have seen the Linux boot process. Similarly, let's quickly understand the overview and generic version of Windows boot process of how a Windows operating system starts. So similar to the Linux operating system, here we can see that there is BIOS, there is also a bootloader, there is boot files, kernel, and instead of the init and the run levels, we can see starting services and checking SAM by LSA. So let's quickly understand what are these new things. So the first one is BIOS, which functions exactly the same, which is the basic input-output system which executes the bootloader. The second one is the bootloader, which checks for the NT-LDR files if they are available or no. The next one is the boot files, which checks the important required boot files like boot.ini, which is responsible for successfully booting the system. The next is the kernel, which is responsible for the kernel execution of the operating system, which is also known as the heart of the system. The next is the services. So unlike Linux, Windows works on services. So it checks all the required initial services and starts all the services required by the operating system to function. And the last one is the screen which is presented in front of you where you log in with your username and password, which is the checking SAM by LSA. Here, SAM stands for the Security Account Manager and LSA is your local security authority. Now remember, whenever you log in into your computer, your passwords are never saved into plain text. In terms of Windows, whenever you log in, your passwords are hashed and saved into a secure location by the SAM. In terms of Linux, your passwords are again hashed and saved into a secure location, which is only being checked when you log in into the system. So I hope you guys understood the Windows boot process and how it functions. Thank you. Hello everyone and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to run some of the important Linux commands that are being used into our day-to-day lives. So to begin with, we are going to run some of the system information Linux commands that are used and you should know them. So to begin with, you have to start your terminal. So this is what is called as a terminal. So I have started my Parrot OS, which is based on Debian flavor. Now this is again a very famous operating system which is used for penetration testing. Now to start your terminal, you just have to click over here. As you can see, it will open up a terminal for you. I have already opened a terminal and now I'm going to execute some of the system information commands. So to start with, we are going to see a command which is uname. So let me just type uname and hit enter. It says the name of the operating system, which is Linux. Now, if you type the command uname space -a, it will show you an output similar to this. Now, it displays the Linux system information. As you can see, it is showing as Linux, Debian flavor based Parrot OS, version 5.2.0, Parrot 1, AMD 64, SMP Debian, etc. etc. Now you want to see which version is installed. You can type cat space / proc / version and hit enter, and you can see Linux version 5.2.0 -2 Parrot AMD 64. Similar kind of output where you can see that Debian 8.3.0 -6 is installed into this computer. Similarly, if you are on Red Hat based operating systems, you can simply type cat space /etc/ red hat -release and hit enter. Now, this is not a Red Hat based operating system. That's why it is saying no such file or directory. Let's move on, and we are going to type the next command, which is uptime, and hit enter. Now this command shows you how long the system has been running. As you can see, it shows that it has been up 28 minutes. One user is there, and this is the average load on the operating system. Now, if you want to see the system host name, or sometimes also known as the machine name, we are going to use the command which is simply host name, and it shows you the host name of the machine is Parrot, which can also be seen from here. Now this is something which is username @hostname. So the username is root. If you want to verify that, just simply type who am I, and it will show you the current logged in user of this computer. Alright, the next command is hostname space -i. When you do this, you will be able to see the local IP address of the host that you are currently logged in into. And you can see this is the local IP address of this host. Now, the next command is that you can see is last space reboot. Now, this is going to show you the system reboot history when the computer has been restarted. Now this is handy and helpful sometimes to know whenever there was a system reboot done for your computer. Next is very simple. You can use date command to know the current date as well as time of your computer. As you can see, Friday, Feb 26. This is the time, which is IST 2021, which is the year. Now, in case you want to see the calendar, you can do that as well. Simply you have to type the command which is cal and hit enter, and you will be able to see the calendar from your terminal. Next is the command which is simply w, hit enter, and you will be able to see which user is online currently. And you can see the user which is root is currently logged in and online. We have already seen the command who am I to know which is the current user which has been logged in into your computer, and you can see the root user is currently logged in and using the terminal. So this is it for this video. I hope you guys understood the basic Linux command that can be used to identify the system information of your operating system. In upcoming lessons, we are going to see more commands for each specific task that we are going to perform. So I hope you guys understood. In case you feel any issues into these commands, feel free to ask your questions or queries. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So now we are going to continue our commands, and in this lesson we are going to see the hardware information commands for our Linux operating system. Now, before going to those commands, let me show you one command which is very important and is very helpful and handy, which is the history command. Now, by typing history onto your terminal, you are going to know all the commands that you have previously executed onto your terminal. So let us simply type history and hit enter, and you can see the commands that we have been executed into our computer. This is very helpful to know what were the previous commands that we have executed into a computer. As you can see, I have executed a lot of commands into my computer in my history, which can be seen from here. Perfect. Now let's move forward. Let me just clear the terminal for you. For that, you need to type the command which is clear and hit enter. Alright, so the first command of this lesson is dmesg. Now, when we type this command, we are going to display the messages in the kernel ring buffer, which looks something like this. And you can see the output over here. Now, the second command is cat space proc space CPU info. Now you must have guessed it right. This command is used to display and know the CPU information. As you can see over here, the processor, the vendor ID, the CPU family, model, the CPU megahertz, cache size, etc, etc. So this is the information about the CPU, which says Intel Core i7 9th gen CPU at 2.6 gigahertz CPU. Perfect. Now, similar to the CPU information, let us understand the memory information, which is the RAM information. For that, instead of CPU, you simply have to type MEM, which stands for memory, and hit enter. And here you can see the memory which has been allocated to this CPU. And you can see these are all the details of the memory. And you can see the memory total, the memory free, the memory which is available, etc, etc. Perfect. Let's move forward. And now we are going to see the command which is free space -h. Now this displays the free and used memory. -h stands for human readable format. -m that we are going to see currently stands for to see the output in MB, and -g stands for to see the output in GB. So let me just simply first type H and hit enter. And you can see the total memory which has been assigned is 2.9 GB. How much is used, how much is free, etc. And you can see the output in GB. If I type -m, you will be able to see the output in MBs. I hope this is clear. Now let's move forward. Now we are going to see the command to display the PCI devices if connected. For that you have to type ls PCI and space -tv. And you can see if any devices that are being connected to my operating system. And you can see there are few network adapters which have been connected. As you can see, the network controller, the USB controller, the VMware virtual machine communication interface which has been connected, etc. Now, if you want to see the USB devices that have been connected, for that you simply have to type ls USB space -tv, and if any USB devices if connected, you will be able to see over here. Now I have not connected any external device. You can simply connect an external device and you will be able to see the external device over here. Perfect. Now moving forward, if you want to display the DMI or SMB iOS hardware information from the BIOS, that also can be seen using the command which is dmid code, and hit enter. And you can see the BIOS information over here. Perfect. Now if you want to see the disk usage, you can simply type du and you will be able to see the disk usage by each file. In case you want a cleaner output, you can simply type df and you will be able to see the disk usage of the file system of each disk that has been attached. Here you can see /dev/sda1, which is being used 25%, which is also mounted on /boot, which we are currently using. So this is how you can get the system information about the operating system that you are using, as well as the hardware information. I hope you guys understood, and in case you have any issues, feel free to ask into the Q&A section. Thank you. Hi, and welcome back to this video. So in this lesson, we are going to see some performance monitoring and statistics command of our Linux operating system. To begin with, we are going to see the first command, which is top. When I hit enter, you will be able to see and manage the top processes which are being running into your system. As you can see, the PID, which is the process ID, the user which is running the process, and the command which has been run. As you can see over here, all these commands are system commands which are being running. Now, to come out of this, you simply have to press the button which is Q, which means quit. Perfect. Let's move on, and now you can use a similar command which is htop. Now this command is the alternative to top command, and when you hit htop and hit enter, you can see interactive processes viewer, which means the processes that are being running currently and are being interacted. You will be able to see everything over here. It gives a very good overview of the current memory and the process that are being running. Perfect. If you want to come out of this as well, hit Q. Now, if you want to display the processor related statistics and want to know more information about the processor, simply type mp stat _1 and hit enter, and you will be able to see the details about your processor over here. As you can see, this is the output of the CPU, as you can see over here. Perfect. If you want to come out of this, simply press Ctrl C. Now, if you want to display the virtual memory and information about it, simply type vm stat _1 and hit enter. And over here, you will be able to see enough information about the virtual memory that has been running into your operating system. Similarly, if you want to know the IO statistics about the computer, you can simply type iostat _1 and hit enter, and you will be able to see the input output statistics of this computer, the devices that are being connected, the devices which are being connected to the system, and its IO stats. Perfect. Let's move ahead, and now let me just clear the screen for you. Now, if you want to display the last 100 system log messages, which can also be seen using the command which is cat space var log and syslog and hit enter. Now here you can see these are all the system log messages that has happened into this computer. If you want only the last 10 or last 20, you can simply type tail -10 because you want to see the last 10 messages, and then hit enter, and you can see these are the last 10 system logs that has happened. Welcome back to this video. So let's quickly see some more hardware system information commands that are useful for us. Alright, so let's quickly begin with this command, which is lsof. Now, when I type this command and hit enter, it is going to list all the open files on my Linux system. So when I hit enter, you can see these are all the list of open commands on to my operating system. Perfect. Now, if I want to specifically see the files which are being opened by a specific user, so for that, I need to type the command which is lsof space -u and specify the user. So let's say the user is root currently, and hit enter. And you can see these are all the list of files which are being opened by the user root. You can specify any user that you want that you are currently logged in. Alright, so the next command is free. Now, this command displays the free and the used memory into your computer. So let us type free and hit enter. And here you can see the memory, which is total, used, free, shared, cache, and available. Now these numbers may look like something weird. So to get the output in human readable format, we are going to type the command free-h, which means the output is going to be shown into the human readable format. Now this makes sense, and we can see the total memory given to this computer is 2.9 GB, out of which 701 MB is used, 888 MB is free currently. Alright, if you want to see the output in GB, you can just simply type free-g, hit enter. You can see the output over here, free-m, and you can see the output similarly like this. Alright, now if you want to see what is the disk usage, you can simply type du and hit enter, and you will be able to see the disk usage onto this computer. Also, if you want to see the free disk space, just type df and hit enter, and you will be able to see the disk space into this computer. Now, in case you want to see periodic updates of disk or memory, for that you can simply type the command watch disk df-h in human readable format. And here you can see every 2.0 seconds this command will show you the periodic updates of what is the disk into this computer. You can simply come out of this by pressing Ctrl C. You can also see the process usage by typing the command watch top and hit enter. Alright, let me just cancel this as well. I hope you guys understood how you can execute a command, and you can also see the periodic updates for that command that is happening in real time. I hope you guys understood. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to this lesson. So in this video, we are going to see some of the user information and management commands that are used in Linux operating system. Alright, to begin with, the first command that we are going to see is the ID command. Now, this command displays the user and group IDs of your current user. Let us see the output, and you can see the user ID is root, group ID is root, and the groups into this computer is root. Now, if you are logged in with another user, you will be able to see a different user ID, a different group ID, and different set of groups. Alright, let's move ahead. Now, the second command is the command which is last. So you just have to write last and hit enter. This command displays the last users who have logged in into the system. And you can see the name of the users. Here the user is root. After that, it was a system reboot. The user admin has also logged in into this computer. Similarly, you can see the different users that have logged in into this computer. Here is a user which is wolf, admin, root, etc. So by typing the command last, you are able to see the last users who have logged in into the operating system. Perfect. Now, in case you want to see who is logged in currently into the system, you can simply type the command who and hit enter. And you can see we are logged in with the current user, which is root. Perfect. Moving ahead, if you want to show who is logged in and what they are doing currently, you can simply type w, and you can see the current user which is logged in is root. As you can see, login, idle, JCPU, pCPU, and what they are currently doing. So this command displays the current logged in user and the task that has been performed. Now, in case you want to create a group, so let's see that how you can create a group or a user. So let me just clear the screen, and let's say we make a new group that is group add, and the group name is test. Now when I hit enter, a group has been successfully created. Now let's say we want to add a user with a comment of John Smith and let's create the user's home directory as well. So for that, we are going to add a user. So the command is user add -c, and let's give it a name as John Smith, and -m, and let's type it as John. And when I hit enter, you can see it says the user John already exists. Alright, so let's delete the user. For that, you need to type the command which is user del, which means delete, and the name of the user. So now it's deleted. Now let's execute this command again, and you can see the user has been added successfully. Now, how to verify if the user has successfully been added? Simply go to this directory, which is cat/etc/passwd, and hit enter. And you can see the latest user which has been successfully added is John. And you can see over here, this is the directory of John in home/ here is John. These are the other users which have been added into this computer. So now we saw how to add a user. We saw how to delete a user. We also saw how to create a group of that user. Now let's add John account to a specific group, which is, suppose, sales group. So for that, we are going to write this command. Let me just clear the screen, which is user modify the group to sales of the user, which is John. And you can see it says group sales does not exist. So we have created a group that was test. So let's see if we are able to add this user to a group which is test, and it looks perfect. Now let us see the user details, which is in /etc/passwd, and here you can see the user which is John and the details about it. Now let's quickly switch the user to John. So switch user John, and now I'm switched to the user which is John. Let's verify using the command which is who am I, and you can see the current logged in user is John. Let us type the command id, and in id you can see the user id is John, the group id is John, and the groups which the user has been added is test. I hope you guys understood this. This is very simple, yet very important to know how you can add a user, delete a user, and add that user to a specific group. Thank you. Hello and welcome. So in this lesson, we are going to learn about some of the Linux file and directory commands. Now, these are the most important ones, and you're going to use this very frequently. So let's quickly begin with the first command, which is the ls command. So ls stands for list. So let us see, if I type the command ls and hit enter, what is the output that we get? You will be able to see whatever the content is there into your computer. So basically all the files and folders, which are the directories. As you can see, these are all the files and folders that are into my computer. Alright, so if you want to see all the files in a long listing, which is basically also known as in detailed format, so we are going to type the command which is ls -all, and you will be able to see this is the detailed listing of a file in which you are able to see more information about that file. For instance, just to make a difference, if it is a file or a folder, by that I mean if it is a directory, you can also see from here. For example, you can see this file which is u1. This is a file. How do I know that? And this UFOnet is a folder, which is a directory. How do I know that? You can see here it is written D. So the file permission, these are the file permissions, and here you can see a D, which denotes that this is a directory, which means it is a folder. and U1 is a file because there is no D. So this is one of the way to identify files and folders in Linux. Obviously, you can make out through this color coding, but this is not the best way to identify if these are files or folders in the Linux operating system. So you can type the command ls space -al or -all, and you will be able to see the detailed output of that file. From that, you can make a difference if it is a file or folder with a lot of more information as well, as you can see over here, which also gives you the information of which is the user which has created the group, the size, as well as the date when the file was successfully created. Perfect. Let's move ahead. The next command that we are going to see is pwd. So pwd stands for present working directory. Now this will show you in which the current directory you are. So I'm currently working into a directory which is /root. Perfect. So let's quickly navigate into a directory. For that, we use the command which is cd, which stands for change directory. So let's change into a directory, and as we saw, UFOnet is a directory because we saw there was a D in front of that. So let's go into this directory, and now you can see we have successfully navigated into this directory which is UFOnet. Also, you can verify that using the command which is pwd and hit enter, and you can see the present working directory is /root/UFOnet. Perfect. So let's create a directory over here. Now, to create a new directory, you have to type the command which is mkdir, which stands for make directory. So let's quickly make a directory with the name as Rohit and hit enter. And you can see there is no output which has displayed onto the screen, but a directory has been successfully created. Let's verify using the command ls, and you can see here the name which is Rohit. Okay, so far we have been doing correct. So let's quickly go into that directory which is cd Rohit, and obviously we have created the directory just now. Therefore, the directory is empty. Let's verify using the command which is ls, and you can see no output over here. So let's quickly create a file. So to create an empty file, you can use the command which is touch. So basically you are touching a file and creating an empty file. So let's say touch1 and hit enter. Now let's verify if we have created a file. So let's type the command ls, and you can see there is a file which is 1, but this file is currently empty. So let's write some content into this file. So for that, there are different ways to write content into a file and different editors which you can use. So I'm going to use an editor which is nano. So I'm just going to type the command which is nano space the file name in which you want to make changes. So nano space 1 and hit enter. And this is how it looks like. So just remember, this is like your simple notepad editor in which you can write something. So let us quickly write. This is my first file, and let's save this. For that, you can simply type Ctrl S, and you can see it says wrote one line. Press Ctrl X to come out of that file. Again, let's go inside that file, press Ctrl S to save, Ctrl X to come out of that file. Now, as we have created a file, empty file, and then we have written content into that file, let's try to verify if we have written something into that or no. So for that, we are going to use the command which is cat and hit enter. And you can see the output of the command cat is, this is my first file, and this is what we wrote into that file, correct? Perfect. Now let me clear the screen for you, and here you can see we have one file. So let's make a copy of this file. So for that, we have to type the command which is cp and the file that you want to copy. So we want to copy the file which is 1. Perfect. Now, if I hit enter, you can see we get an error. It says missing destination because we have not specified where we want to paste the file. We have just specified the source. So where do we need to paste the file? Let's make a folder. So mkdir, and let's make a folder named as Shifa and hit enter. And you can see here we have a directory which is Shifa and we have a file which is 1. Let's make one more directory called as Saba and hit enter. Now we have a file which is 1, which has the content. This is my first file, and we have 2 empty directories. So let's quickly copy the file 1 into Shifa and hit enter. And you can see here is the file, and there should be a file inside the directory which is Shifa. So let's quickly go into the directory by the command cd space the directory in which I want to navigate and hit enter. And let's check the present working directory. Yes, we are into the directory which is Shifa. Let's verify if there is a file, and yes, there is a file. Let's verify the content. It should be the same that we have created, and you can see it is exactly the same content which says this is my first file. Awesome. So let's go back by the command which is cd dot dot. So when you type the command cd dot dot, we are going to go one step back. So currently we are into this directory Shifa, and when we hit enter, we should be able to navigate one step back into this directory which is Rohit. So let me hit enter, and you can see now I'm into this directory which is Rohit. Okay, perfect. So now we have created a file inside the directory which is Shifa. So basically we have copied it. Now let's try to delete this file which is 1. So for that the command is rm, which stands for remove. So remove 1, hit enter, and you can see the file has been successfully removed. Let's quickly remove a directory as well. So let's say we remove the directory which is Saba. So rm space Saba and hit enter. And you can see it gave an error. It says it's a directory. Okay, so we cannot remove a directory by simply typing the command rm. So let's remove the directory with the command which is rmdir. So rm to delete a file, rmdir to remove a directory, and let's hit enter. And you can see we got no error and we have successfully deleted the directory. And you can see there is no 1, there is no Saba. So let's delete the Shifa directory as well. So we have used the command which is rmdir, and let's type the name Shifa and hit enter. Now this time we got a different error. It says the directory not empty. Perfect. So now we came to know that we cannot delete a directory which has something inside it with the command rmdir. Rmdir is only used to delete empty directories. Perfect. So how do we actually delete this now? It's very simple. Rm space -rf, and we want to delete the directory which is Shifa. So remove recursively, forcefully, whatever you want to remove. You can remove a file, you can remove an empty directory, or you can delete a directory which has content inside it using this command which is rm space -rf. Let's hit enter, and you can see it's gone. Everything is deleted from here. So I hope you guys understood how you can use this command. Alright, so this is it for this video. Let's go ahead and see you into the next lesson. Thank you. Hey, and welcome back to this video. So let's continue. So we have seen how to copy a file from one source to another destination. Let's quickly see some more ways to copy files and directories. Alright, so let's quickly create two directories called as 1 and 2. So we have two directories now. So let's quickly create two files as well. So for that, we are going to use the command which is nano. Let's call it as file1 and hit enter. And let's say this is file1, and let's quickly save it, come out of it. Nano file2. This is file2, save it. And we have two folders or directories, 1 and 2, and two files, which is file1 and file2. Perfect. So now if I want to copy this file, which is a file1, so I'm going to type the command cp file1 and copy it to the directory which is 1. And this should have copied the file into the directory which is 1. You can also verify using the command tree. So tree1 and hit enter, and you can see the tree structure of the directory which is 1, and there is a file which is file1 inside this directory. Perfect. And you can see the output over here as well, 0 directories and 1 file inside 1 folder. Okay, so now let's say I want to copy this directory. So let's say copy the directory 2. So before copying the directory, let's copy the file 2 as well into the directory which is 2 and hit enter. And let's type the command tree2 and see if there is a file, and yes, there is a file. So let me type the command tree over here, and you can see there is a directory 1 which has a file 1. There is a directory 2 which has a file 2, and here we have two files as well, which is file 1 and file 2. Great. Let me clear the screen for you. Now let's say I want to copy the directory which is 2 inside the directory 1. So this time I do not want to copy a file. Instead, I want to copy a directory. For that, I'm going to use the command cp. So let's say copy 2 to copy 1 and hit enter. And here you can see we got an error. It says you're trying to copy a directory and not specified -r, so omitting the directory. Now here, if you want to copy a directory, you have to specify -r. Then and only then you will be able to copy those directories. And now when I hit enter, let's go inside 1 and see, or else we can also use the command tree. And you can see inside the directory 1, we have a directory which is 2, which contains a file 2. And yes, we already copied a file 1 inside the directory 1, which is already present. Let's go inside 1 and see as well. The same structure. There is a file 1, and there is a new directory which has been copied over here, which is 2. If we go inside 2 and hit enter and see, here we can find the file which is file 2, which is exactly the same structure that we see over here. So I hope you guys understood how you can copy directories recursively inside another directories from one source to another destination. This is very, very handy, and people many times make this mistakes while copying directories, which you should always keep in mind. I hope you guys understood. Thank you. Hello everyone, and welcome to this lesson. So till now we have seen how to copy a file and how to copy a directory. In this video, we are going to see how can you move or rename files, or how you can move or rename directories. Before going to see that, important thing that you should know is Linux is case sensitive, which means if you want to see the output of this directory, you cannot type the command which is capital L or capital S. This will give you an error. Linux do not understand case insensitive commands because Linux is case sensitive, or else if you type L small capital S, it is again going to show you an error because Linux thinks it is a different command all over. So if you want to see the output, just type the command ls and small case. Similarly, two file names with same name but different case is considered to be a different file. Let me just show you. So let's say, let's create a file which is file or capital E and 1. And you can see I have created an empty file, which is file 1. This is also file 1. So I have created two different files. Although the name looks exactly the same, but these both are different files for Linux. Now, if I try to create a file which is in smaller case, let's see what happens over here. So let me just see the content of file 1. And you can see it does not create an empty file. Now, let me use nano to create a new file. So let's say this is a new file 1. And let me try to save this. And let me give the name as file 1. Remember, we already have a file with this name, and hit enter. And you can see it says file already exists. Do you want to overwrite? So if you want to overwrite, you can say yes, and it will overwrite that file. So you can see the file has been successfully overwritten. There is no new file that will get created. So I hope you guys understood this. So now let me just clear the screen for you, and let's quickly move a file or rename a file. So let's say we want to move the file, which is file 1, inside the directory which is 2. So for that, we are going to type the command move file 1, and we want to move that into the directory which is 2, and also we want to rename the file together in the same command. So let's say we give the name of this file as hack. Let me just hit enter, and let's see what happened inside 2. So let's simply type tree2 and see what is inside. So the directory 2 already has a file which was created previously. Remember, we have already created this file previously in previous videos, and a new file has been moved over here, and the name of the file is being changed to hack. So let's quickly go into and let's see if it is the same file, and you can see it is the new file. It is the same file that we created. Perfect. Let's go one step back, and here you can see there is no file 1 because we have moved the file 1 inside the directory 2 and also have renamed the file to hack. That is the reason we have the file 1 moved inside the directory 2 and the new name hack that is renamed. So I hope you guys understood this, how you can move and rename the files into any directories. Thank you. Hello everyone, and welcome to this lesson. In this video, we are going to see how you can create symbolic links in Linux operating system. So let's quickly create a symbolic link and let's give it a name. So for that, we are going to use the command ln space the source. So let's say we create a symbolic link of this file, which is file 1, and let's give the link name as link 1. Perfect. Hit enter, and you can see the command has been successfully executed. Let's see the content over here by using the command ls. So we are listing, and you can see we have successfully created a link which is link 1, which is pointing to file 1 which we have created. Here you can see it is L. L stands for link. So this is a symbolic link that we have created. So let me just do ls over here, and here you can see a new file which is basically a new symbolic link. Now let me make some changes in this file 1. So let's quickly first read what is there inside it. So it says cool. So let me just modify this, and let's say cool and hot, and let's save this. Let's check our symbolic link if the changes are being done automatically into that or not. And you can see the changes are being done into our symbolic link as well. Now you can think this as of a shortcut somewhere in which you make changes to your main file and it automatically gets done into your symbolic link as well. So I hope you guys understood how you can create symbolic links in Linux operating system. Thank you. Hello everyone and welcome to this lesson. So in this video, we are going to see some more commands that is helpful in your day-to-day routine of using Linux operating system. So we have these files which have been created over here. So let me show you how we can use touch command. So we already know that using touch command we can make empty files. So let's say I type touch xyz. So it is going to create an empty file which is xyz. Now let's suppose I want to make 10 empty files. So for that I cannot write touch 1, touch 2, 3, 4, 5. Or let's suppose I want to make 100 files. I cannot every time write touch 1, touch 2, touch 3, touch 100 to make 100 empty files. For that you can simply use the command touch, curly braces, and 1.10. So this will create the 10 empty files. Let me show you our 10 files created over here, and you can see these are the files which have been created over here. Now you can see over here it did not create 1 and 2 because it is already been taken by these directories, which is 1 and 2. So let's do ls-all, and you can see over here 1 is directory, 2 is directory, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10 are files. File 1 and file 2 is again file, and this is a symbolic link which we have created, and xyz again is a file. Perfect. Let me clear the screen. Now we have already seen how to read a file. For that we use the command cat and the file name. So let's read the file which is file 2, and here it says this is file 2. Now if you want to browse through a text file, you can also do that. Simply use the command less. So let's type less file 2 and hit enter, and you can see this is file 2 and it is the end of the file. Perfect. So let's say if you want to see the first 10 lines of a file, so for that you can use the command head and file 2. Now there is only one line. That is the reason you are able to see only one line. So let's quickly create some lines into this file, and let's say this is first line, enter, and let's simply type some random words over here, and let's say this is the last line. Let's quickly save it, and now we are going to use the command head file 2, head file 2, and you can see these are the first 10 lines. This is the first line, second, third, fourth, fifth. This is an empty line which is sixth. This is seventh, eighth, ninth, and this is the last one which is the 10th line. Now if you want to do this similarly from the bottom, so if you want to read the last 10 lines, you can use the command tail file 2, hit enter, and you can see this is the last line which is the 10th line, 9th line, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So this way you can read the top of the document as well as the bottom of the document. In case you want to read more than 10 lines, so simply you can type head hyphen and how many lines you want to read. So let's say you want to read 12 lines, so head hyphen 12 and the file name. Here you can see this command was head file 2, and we could read the top 10 lines, and it ended with SF, so there should be 2 more lines, 11th and 12th, which is DS and F. So this way you can specify the number of lines that you want to read with hyphen and the number, the count over here. Perfect. Similarly, you can do this with tail as well. So tail hyphen 15 and the file name. So the file name is file 2, hit enter. Here you saw we got an error because we made a space over here. So let's rectify this. And here you can see we are able to see the last 15 lines. Now, if you want to read a document in a PDF document viewer type of mode, simply you can use the command which is more and the file name. Here you can see this looks something like this, and you are able to read the file completely over here. So I hope you guys understood. Thank you. Hello everyone, and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to see the process management in Linux. So in case you want to see any processes that is been running into your Linux operating system, then you can simply use the command which is ps. PS stands for process. As you can see, this is the output which gives you the PID, which is the process ID attached to that particular process, which is a number. You can also see the TTY, time, and the CMD. Alright, so this is the output of the PS command. Now, in case you want to see all the processes that are being running in the background, you can simply type ps space -ef, and it is going to give you the list of all the processes. Similarly, you can use the command which is ps aux, and it will give you the similar output. Now remember, when you type the command ps aux, here A stands for to show all the processes for all users, U stands for display the processes users or owner, and X stands for to show the processes which are not being attached to the terminal, which basically means you are able to see all the processes that are being running into the background as well. Also to note, ps space -ef and ps aux both exactly gives the same output. That's why I have shown both the commands over here. Alright, so let's quickly run nano xyz and quickly start a new process. So you can see I have opened up the nano terminal, and obviously if we start any command, it is going to run a process, and a new process ID is going to get assigned to that process. Let's quickly verify that. Let's go into a new terminal and type the command ps aux, and here we are going to grep, which is basically filter the process name which is nano, and hit enter. And you can see over here, here is the process which is being running. So the command that we executed was nano xyz, and the process ID that has been assigned to this process is 91038. Perfect till here. Now let's see a new command which is kill. Using this command, we can kill any process that has been running. So let's quickly kill the process that is nano xyz, which is open over here. So we have copied the process ID and hit enter, and this should kill the process. And you can see we got an error which says received signal hub or signal term. This basically means the process has been terminated. I hope you guys understood how you can see the processes which have been running using the ps aux command, and how you can kill processes. Thank you. Hello everyone, and welcome to this video. So we have already seen how can we kill a process using the command kill and the process ID which has been attached to that process. Now let's take an example. If you want to kill a lot of processes that are being started by the same program. For instance, you have opened up multiple instances of nano, which means you are editing multiple files, and immediately you want to kill all the processes that has been opened. You can also do that. So we are going to see how can we do that. So let's quickly start a process first. So let's type nano xyz, and you can see we have opened up the file which is xyz. Let's open up one more instance of nano using nano file2, and you can see we have opened two instances. Perfect. Let me open up a new terminal and let me zoom this a little bit. Now, as you can see, we have opened two instances of nano. So it has opened new two processes. So let's quickly grab the process ID And here you can see this is the first process ID and this is the second one. Now, if you want to kill both the nano processes, which is nano XYZ and nano file2, the command that we are going to use is kill all and the process name. So the process name is nano, so kill all nano. And let's quickly verify if our processes has been successfully killed. And you can see both the process have been successfully killed. Now this method is helpful in case you want to kill processes which are being running in a very big count. So let's say if there are 30 or 40 instances of a specific process that has been running and you want to kill that. You can also verify using the same command psaux grep the process name, and you can see there is no process that is running into the background. Hence, we can confirm that all the instance of nano has been successfully closed or killed. I hope you guys understood this. Thank you. Hello everyone and welcome to this lesson. So in this video, we are going to see how you can start a process in the background, bring it to the foreground, and how you can kill that process. Perfect. So let's quickly begin. So to start a process in the background, we are going to add ampersand sign at the end, as you can see over here. So I'm going to start a process which is nano, and I want to edit a file which is xyz and add end at the end of the command. And you can see a new process ID has been assigned to this, which is 2584. And you cannot see the nano screen over here because it is automatically pushed into the background. Perfect. So now we have our PID, which is 2584. Let's verify that using psaux and let's grep for nano. And you can see there is a process which has been running, which is 2584 PID. Perfect. Now, as we know, this process has been pushed to the background. So let's verify that using the command bg. And you can see the process is running in the background and the command is nano xyz. In case you want to bring this process to foreground, we are going to use the command fg, and you can see the nano terminal through which you can add it. Now this is very handy sometimes in case you want to spawn a process, push it automatically into the background, and at a later point of time you want to resume the process or resume your work and start editing it. Now this becomes very useful and handy. Now let's go back over here, and if you want to kill the process that has been running, you do not need it anymore. So let's kill the nano process. So kill and the PID of the current process that has been running and hit enter. And you can see we have successfully killed the process. So this is it for this video. I hope you guys understood how you can push a process in a background, how you can bring it to foreground, and how you can kill it if you no longer need it. Thank you. Hello everyone and welcome to this video. So in this video, we are going to learn about Linux permissions. Linux permissions are very important, and every one of you should know how these permissions work and how to implement these types of permissions. So let's quickly begin. So in Linux, there are three types of permissions that we are going to give to any file or any directories. Now, these three permissions are, the first one is read, which is denoted by a symbol which is R. The second one is write, which is denoted by W. And the third one is execute, which is denoted by X. It is not denoted by E, it is denoted by X. So here we know that we have three permissions: read, write, and execute, X. Alright, so in Linux now there are three people to whom do we give permissions. Those are, the first one is a user, the second one is a group, so user is denoted by U, the group is denoted by G, and others, which is denoted by O. So a user is someone who has created a file. The group is for a specific list of users who are in a group, and all those people who are not the user, who have not created the file, or the people who are not into a specific group. For example, let's say there is an organization and all the sales people are already added into a group which is sales group. Now, those who get added into this group get specific set of permissions. Those are considered to be a group. Now, who are others? Others are who fall out of this category. They are not into the group, which is the sales group, for example, or those are not the people who have created the file, which means they are also not the users. Apart from these people, everyone else is others. So I hope you guys understood who is others. Perfect. So now we need to give permission to these three people: user, which is denoted by U, group, which is denoted by G, and others, who is denoted by O. In Linux, you should know one thing, that the permissions are denoted this way for any file or any directory, which is read, write, execute, hyphen, read, write, execute, hyphen, read, write, execute. The first block is for the user, the second block is for the group, and the third block is for others. So this is how the permissions are given to user, group, and others. Now, in the first block, if it is written as RWX, that automatically means that user has got the read, write, and execute permission, which means the user has all the permissions. Similarly, the group also have read, write, execute, which means it also has all the permissions. Similarly, others have RWX, which means it also has all the permissions. Perfect. Now, let's go to our terminal and let's try to see the permissions for the file which is XYZ. Now here the command to see the permission is ls-all, through which we are getting the detailed information of a file which we have created, and the file name is XYZ. Here you can notice the permissions that are being given is rw -r -r --. Now here you should understand the first block is for user, the second block is for the group, third block is for others, as we have learned till now. So this automatically means that the user has read and write permission, the group has read permission, they cannot write, and others have only and only read permission. Okay, so here we know that what are the permissions that are being given. Remember, there is no execute permission given to anyone. Now, what is execute, you may ask? So in case there are any scripts that need to be executed, then and only then we need to give them the permissions of execution, or else they will not run or will not get executed. Perfect. So let's quickly see the user has the read write permission. So let's see who is the user currently, and the user is root. And we also know that in the detail of this file, which is XYZ, the user who has created this file is root, and the group is also root. Perfect. So now we know that the user is able to read as well as write the file, and the user is root itself. So let's quickly try and see if the user can read it by the command which is cat xyz. And yes, the user can read the file because the permission is given. Now let's try if the user can write as well, because the permission is given of w. So let's quickly write into this file using the command nano. So nano xyz, and here we can see we are inside the file and we are modifying it. So let's quickly write something which is, this is modified now. Let's try to save this. We have saved it, and let's try to read it now and see if our changes reflect over there or no. And here you can see we have successfully modified the file. which means the permissions that are given are correct. Now, the group has the permission of read, which means anyone who is into the group root can read this file. And let's see the last permission, which is R, which is only read, which means others who are not the user root and who are not into the group root are others. So let's quickly try to add a user. So for that, we are going to use a command which is user add, and let's make a user named Udemy, and let's also give a password for that user, which is Udemy, and I have set it the password for this user. Let's quickly switch the user by the command su, and now we have switched the user. So now we are Udemy. So let's try to read this file, and you have seen through the permission that yes, others get the read permission. So that is the reason we are able to read the file. Now this user is going to try to write the file, which is the W permission. And we have seen that the user does not have the right permission, and still he tries to write the file using the command nano. And here you can see at the first place, there is an error which says the file XYZ is unwritable, but the user still tries to write, and he writes modified by Udemy and tries to save the file, and it gives an error which is permission denied, which means others, which is the Udemy user, cannot make changes to file because he does not have the right permissions. So let's quickly switch back to the main user, which is the root user who has made the file, and let's see if there are the changes that have been done by the Udemy user or no. And here we can see there are no changes done because for obvious reasons, Udemy did not have the right permissions to write into the file XYZ as we have seen into the permissions. So I hope you guys understood what are Linux permissions, how it is given, and how we have to understand these permissions. In case you have any doubts or queries, you can ask into the Q&A section. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to this video. So we have seen about Linux permissions, the three people, which is the user, group, and others to whom the permissions are given. Now, let us see in case we want to give some permission to someone, how do we do that? So let's quickly see over here. This is the file which is XYZ, and we have seen the permissions which are given to the user, which is read write, the group, which is read, and others, the permission is given, which is only read. So let's now give the permission to others of write as well. So we have to give a permission to others. So for that, we are going to use the command chmod, and we need to give the permission to whom? To others. So for that, we have to press O because we need to give permission to others, and we are giving permissions. So we are going to write a plus. In case we need to remove the permission, then what should we write? Right, we need to add a minus. But in this case, we are giving permission, so we are going to add plus. And what permission we need to give of write? So we are going to use W. Perfect. So now this is very simple to understand. chmod is something that you have to write. You need to give permission to others. So O, you have to give permission. So we are adding a permission, which is denoted by plus. And which permission you are giving? It is write permission, so W. And the name of the file to which these changes need to be done. Now this looks perfect. Now, after we type this command, what is going to happen? Let's see it onto the terminal. So chmod, and we need to give a permission. So O plus W and to the file XYZ and hit enter. And the command got executed without any error. Let's quickly see the permissions now, and here we can see an extra W has been added, which cannot be seen over here. Now this means the permission has been successfully added to the file XYZ, and now the other users can edit the file as well. So let's quickly switch user to the user Udemy, and now we are Udemy. Let's verify that. Who am I? I'm the user Udemy, and now we have the right permission as well. So let's quickly read first. So read get XYZ, and we can see we are able to read it. Let's quickly modify it using nano, and let's write this is modified by Udemy. Let's try to save it, and we are successfully able to save it. Let's see if our changes are successfully saved, and you can see this is modified by Udemy. Let's verify again. Let's try to read this file by the user root, and yes, we are able to successfully see the changes that has been done into the file by the other user, which is Udemy. Perfect. So now we know how to give permissions. So I hope you guys understood how you can give permissions to any user. So in case you want to give permission to a group, so for that you're using the symbol G plus which permission you need to give, read, write, execute, and the file name. Similarly, you want to give some permission to the user who has created the file. So let's say U plus RWX and XYZ. Let's try to see it over here. Let's try to see the permissions, and let's give all the permissions to the user. So U plus RWX and the file name. Let's see the permission now, and you can see read, write, execute is the permission which is given to the user. So now all the permissions are being given to the user. The group has the read permission and others have read, write permission. Now in case you want to give all the permissions to everyone, all the three category of people, which is the user, group, and others, for that you simply need to write chmod a. A means all, and what permission you need to give? All the permissions. So you can do it this way. Let's try to see the permissions now, and you can see RWX, RWX, and RWX. Now all the permissions are given to the user, group, and others. Perfect. Now you must be wondering, what does this hyphen represent? This basically represents, in this case, nothing, that this is a file. In case it is a directory, there would have been a D over there, which represents that this is a directory and it is not a file. That's it. So I hope you guys understood this, how you can add permissions. In the next lesson, we are going to see how you can remove permissions. Thank you. Hey, welcome back. So now we are going to see how we can remove permissions in Linux. Alright, so in the previous lesson, we have seen how to add permissions. Removing permissions is exactly the same way. It's very, very simple. So as we can see over here, what are the permissions given to the file XYZ? We can see we have given all the permissions to everyone. So let's quickly now remove the permissions for others, which is O, right? So for that, we are going to write chmod and O minus, because we need to remove permissions this time for others. And which permissions? So let's try to remove all the permissions. So minus RWX, and for the file XYZ. So let's quickly write this chmod O minus RWX for XYZ. And let's quickly see the permissions now. And you can see there are three dots or three hyphens, which basically means that there is no permission which has been given to the file XYZ. And we have successfully removed all the permissions of read, write, and execute. Now let's quickly verify this. So let me switch user to Udemy, and we have switched the user. Now let's try to read this file. So cat XYZ, and according to the permissions that we have given, we should not be able to read the file. So let's try and verify this. So let me just press enter and let's see what is the output that we get. And correct, it says permission denied because there is no read permission which has been given to this file. Perfect. Let's try to write it, and for obvious reasons we are going to get the same error, which is permission denied. Let's verify this, and you can see the error, which is permission denied. We can neither read or write. Also, we cannot execute it. Perfect. Let's go back and let's try to read the file with the root user, and we are able to read the file because the root user currently has all the permissions, as we can see over here. So I hope you guys understood how you can remove permissions for user, group and others. Thank you. Welcome back. So in this lesson, we are going to see how we can give executing permissions. So far, we have seen the read permission, the write permission, we have given the permissions, we have removed the permissions, but we have not seen what are the execute permissions. All right, so let's quickly see how we can give and remove the execute permissions and what happens when we do that. So execute permission is denoted by X. So let's quickly give or remove the permissions and see what happens. Alright, so here we have a file which is XYZ, and here we can see the permissions which is given to the user is read, write, execute. The group has read, write, execute. Others do not have any permissions. So let's quickly first remove the permissions of execute for everyone. So that is A minus X for the file XYZ. And now, as you can see, none of them have the execute permission. So now what does execute mean? That basically means that the file cannot be executed. If the file is a script, it cannot run. So let's quickly make this file a script. So let me just open it. And here, let us remove everything first. And let's execute 2 or 3 simple commands. So the first command that we are going to execute is echo. Now echo is something which is used to print something on the screen or the terminal. So let's say we print hi, that's it. And the second command that we are going to execute now is who am I? And the third simple command that we are going to execute is ls. So I have added semicolon in between, which is a separator between 2 commands. All right, so let me quickly save this. And now let me try to execute the file. So how do we execute files in Linux? For that, we use this combination, which is dot and slash. So let's try to quickly execute this. And you can see we got an error, and the error is permission denied because it is saying right, we do not have permissions given to the file. As we have seen over here, there is no X. That means there is no execute permission. All right, so let's quickly give the execute permission to this file, and we know that how to do it, which is chmod and user plus execute permission to the file XYZ. And now it looks perfect. Let's quickly verify that we have given the permissions or not. And you can see the user, which is root, has the X now, which is the execute permission. Now let's quickly try to run the same command again and see if this time the file gets executed or not. Let's hope it gets executed because we have given the right permission. And let me just hit enter. Perfect. Our commands got executed. The first was echo to print hi on the screen, that has got successfully executed. The second one was who am I? And yes, the user which is currently logged in is root. And the third command that got executed is ls successfully. and we are able to list all the content into the current present working directory. So this is perfect. We are able to successfully give the execute permission and we are able to see how it works. I hope you guys understood. In case you have any issues, feel free to open a thread into the Q&A section or feel free to ask me. Thank you. Hi and welcome back to this video. So in this lesson, we are going to learn Linux permissions through Octal way. So basically, we are going to give the permissions using numbers. So let's see quickly how to do that. Now, one thing that you need to remember is, till now, we have seen how to give the permissions using RWX, correct? And we know that there are three people, which is UGO, which is the user, group, and others. We have also seen that there are three types of permissions, which is read, write, and execute. Now, what's special in this Linux permission using Octal way? You have to remember a lucky number, which is 4, 2, 1. You always have to remember this in case you... Here, as you can see, R, which is the read, represents the number 4. W, which is the write, represents the number 2, and X, which is the execute, represents the number 1. Perfect. So this is, I hope this is clear with everyone now. Let's move forward. So in case we need to give this permission to a file XYZ, which is read, write, execute, read, write, execute, and read, write, execute, which means we are giving basically all the permissions to everyone. Here, we need to represent it using Octal way. Yes, so for that, we need to give 7 to the first block, which is the user. Second block also gets 7, and the third block also gets a 7. Now, you must have guessed it right. From where did this 7 come? 4 plus 2 plus 1 gives 7. That means R 4, W 2, X 1. 4 plus 2 plus 1 is 7. Hence, the user gets on the first block permission 7. The group gets the permission 7 and others also get the permission 7. Hence, now the command that we need to give onto the terminal is chmod 777 and the file name XYZ to give the permission to a file which is read, write, execute, read, write, execute, read, write, execute. Perfect. I hope this is clear with every one of you. We are doing the same thing but using numbers this time. Alright, so I hope you guys understood how we can give permissions using Octal way. Thank you. Hey, welcome back to this video. So in this video, we are going to see some of the networking commands that are being used in Linux operating systems. So let's quickly begin. The first command that we are going to see is ifconfig. Now, this stands for interface configuration and it is going to show us the interfaces that are being connected to our operating system. So let's hit enter and let's see what do we get. And you can see over here, we have different interfaces like ETH0, ETH1 and LO, which is the loopback adapter. Now, ETH0 is basically the first adapter into your operating system and the IP address that is being assigned to your computer is represented over here by inet. And you can see this is the IP address that has been assigned to my operating system. Now you can add as many as network adapters you want to your computer. So I've already added one more, but there is no IP address assigned to this particular network adapter as this has been disconnected currently. And I'm using the ETH0. So this is one of the way seeing the network adapters, seeing the IP address. You can also check your hardware address, which is also called as Ether, which is your MAC address. All right. So there is one more command to see the similar output which is used, which is IPA. Now by typing this command, you are able to see a lot of adapters into your computer. Yes, you can see over here, you can see ETH0, ETH1, you can see Docker, etc. Now this gives exactly the same output, but you can always utilize both of the commands. There is one more way to do that. You can type IP space ADD and it is going to give you the same output which you can see onto your terminal. Now this is handy in case you want to know your IP address, in case you want to know your hardware address, subnet mask, etc. So I hope you guys understood this. Let's see one more thing in which, in case you want to see a specific IP address for a specific network adapter or driver. So for that, you can simply type IP addr space show device and the device name and hit enter. And you can see over here, we have got the ETH0, the adapter that has been connected. And you can see the INET, the IP address that has been assigned to this. And you can see other details as well. In case you want to see details for next adapter or any other adapter, you can also see that currently this adapter is inactive. Hence, there is no IP address which has been assigned to this one. So I hope you guys understood how to check your IP address using 3 different ways. Thank you. Hey, welcome back. So in this lesson, we are going to learn about few more networking commands. So let's quickly begin. So the first command that we are going to see is the query or control the network driver and hardware settings command. So for that, you can simply type ETH tool and the interface you want to look upon. So you can see the details over here. So now this is going to show you the network driver and the hardware settings of the adapter that you are looking for, as you can see over here. So these are the settings for ETH0. All right, let's move ahead. Now, in case you want to see if any of the host is up or no, or simply you want to send ICMP echo request to the host to check if it is alive, you can use the command which is ping. So you can simply ping to someone. So let's ping to the same device, and the IP address of this device is 192.168.0.100, and let's hit enter. And you can see the successful ping has been started, and also we are able to see this output which says 64 bytes from this IP address, which is this own machine is replying. Perfect. So one thing you should always remember is the network or system admins widely use this command which is ping to identify different devices which is connected into their LAN network, to identify if the host is up or down, if it is alive or no. So this can be handy in case you also want to know the different devices that are being connected into your network to check if they are alive or no. So I hope you guys understood how you can use ping into your day-to-day life, as it is going to save a lot of your time to identify the devices that are being connected into your network and to check if they are alive or no. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. So let's continue with our networking commands. So the first command that we are going to see is whois. Now, this command is helpful to identify and display the information about any specific domain. So let's say if we want to know information about Google, so you simply have to type whois space google.com, and you can see we have got a huge output onto our screen. Let's quickly understand the output. So the first thing that we can see over here is the domain name, and the top level domain is com. All right, you can see the address. The address is US, and you can see a lot of more other details. And let's quickly scroll down and let's see what are the other details that have been given over here. You can see the name server, which is ns1.google.com. We have different 4 name servers which are being assigned to google.com, the domain name, and a lot of other information. Let's quickly clear the screen and let's see the same result for facebook.com. So who is facebook.com is the command. You can see over here the admin email address domain @fb.com. Facebook Inc. is the tech organization, the tech street, city, state, postal code, etc. Again, the tech email, the same email address, the name server which says c.ns.facebook.com, and so on. So this way one can know and identify some of the details about any organization from the command which is whois. Let's move ahead to the next command that we are going to see, which is the dig command. Now, one thing you should remember, which is dig is very helpful to identify information about the domain name and the DNS of it. So DNS stands for domain name system, and there are multiple records into the DNS records which are being helpful for any domain name, and we are going to enumerate those DNS records with the help of the command which is dig. So for that you simply need to type the command dig and the domain name you want to identify information about. So let's quickly write here facebook.com and hit enter. And you can see over here we have got the output, the dig version, facebook.com, and we have the output over here which says the A record is this, the query time took 58 milliseconds, etc. And this is the DNS server, which is the default Google DNS server through which the request was sent. But one important thing to notice over here is the A record of the server. Now let's clear the screen and let's see the different records for different organizations. So let's say we want to see the details about apple.com and we want to see the CNAME record. So for that we need to type dig CNAME and the domain name. So dig CNAME apple.com, and you can see we have got the details over here. Now this is the details for the authority section, wherein you can see the details about what has been given over here. Let me just clear this and let's try on another target, which is Hacktify.in. And here you can see we have the server hosted on Namecheap hosting. Hence, we are able to see this result. In case the domain name has been pointed to cloud services like AWS, you should have been seeing here is the S3 bucket, or if it has been pointed to Azure, you must have seen Azure or GitHub. So I hope you guys understood this. Similarly, you can see different records as well. So let's say dig MX, and in this case we want to see the Amex records, and we are using Google Mail for our mails. Hence you can see here the answer section, and you can see the MX records point to google.com. Similarly, if you dig MX for SendGrid, now they are their own service. Now they have their own service for email, and you can see this may be their personal email MX servers. So I hope you guys understood this, how you can see information about the DNS records using the dig command. Thank you. Hello and welcome back. So in this video, we are going to continue our networking commands for Linux. So let's quickly begin. So the command that we are going to see is used to display the DNS IP address for the domain name. Yes, we have already seen commands to identify the DNS records and DNS information about the target domain using the command dig. Now we are going to use the next command, which is host. For that you simply need to type host and the targeted domain name. And you can see we got an instant response which says google.com has an address which is this. So this is the IPv4 address, as well as we are being given a IPv6 address which is over here. Also we get to see that google.com mail, which is the MX records, is handled by these MX records. And for obvious reasons, they are using their own mail servers. Similar output, which you can see over here for Hacktify.in. And you can see Hacktify.in has an address, which is this IP address. The mail server that is being used by Hacktify is google.com. Let's see the same for apple.com. So the command is going to be host apple.com. You can see apple.com has the IP address, which is this. The mail is being handled by their private mail servers, as you can see over here. So I hope you guys understood how you can use the command, which is host. Let's quickly see a new command, which is nslookup. So nslookup is very handy to identify the name servers for the targeted domain names. For example, let's see the NS record for google.com. And you can see over here, this is the DNS server which is being used to query this result. And the IP address is 8.8.8.8, which is the Google DNS server's default IP address. Also, you can see over here, the non-authoritative answer for google.com is this IP address, which belongs to Google. Let's get back over here on this terminal. All right, so the next command that we are going to see is used to display the network address of the host name. Now I have switched back to the Parrot OS. So let's quickly type hostname space -i and hit enter. And you can see the host name of this device is basically the loopback IP address. Perfect. Now, if you want to display all the local IP addresses of this host, for that you can simply type capital I and hit enter. And here you can see the local IP addresses that have been assigned to this system are being shown over here. And you can see there are total 3 IP addresses which are being shown because this system contains 3 network adapters. So I hope you guys understood how you can see the host name, the local IP address for the host, as well as all the local IP addresses for the host that contains different adapters. Thank you. Hey, welcome back. So in this video, we are going to see how can we download files into our Linux system. So yes, we download a lot of stuff from the internet. You can do that simply from your terminal itself without going to your browser. So let's see how to do that. Now, for that, we are going to use a command which is wget. With the help of this command, you can download anything from the internet. You simply need to give the link of the resource that you want to get downloaded into your computer. Let's quickly see that. So I'm going to download a file which I have hosted onto my server. So let's type the name of the domain name, which is fuzzme.srsecure.xyz, and the file that I have created is rohit.txt. Now you need to put the link or the domain name address into double quotes and simply hit enter. And now this file should successfully download into your computer. And you can see it says connecting to fuzzme.srsecure.xyz, and even it shows the resolved IP address and the port it is getting connected to, and it is 443 because we have sent a request to HTTPS. And you can see finally wget got connected to the server and the request was sent. Once the request has been sent, it awaited for the response, and you can see we got a 200 OK, which means our request was successfully fulfilled. The resource that the client intended was given by the server. You can see we have downloaded a text file, and you can see the file type is text plain, and the file has been successfully saved to rohit.txt output, 100% completed, file size 1.16 KB in 0 seconds. All right, so let's quickly see this. So cat rohit wget.txt and hit enter. And you can see it says wget works. So this is basically the ASCII art that I have added into the file just to make sure that wget works into a computer. So I hope you guys understood how you can use wget to download resources from the internet using your terminal. Thank you. Hey, and welcome back. So in this video, we are going to see how you can display the listening TCP and UDP ports and the corresponding programs which have been using those ports. Now, this is a very helpful command and utility which is going to help you in all the distributions, which is either macOS, Linux or Windows. Now, with this you can identify that what are your ports, which services are running on them, if the connection state is open, closed or established, and what are the ongoing currently open or closed ports. Alright, so let's quickly see how can you identify this. For this, the command that we are going to use is netstat. Now, I have already done a setup between this OS, which is the Mac OS, and I have been running a Debian OS into my virtual machine. As you can see over here, the IP address of this machine by the command ifconfig can be seen over here is 192.168.241.3, and on this machine I have started a NC connection, which is a netcat connection, as you can see over here on port number 44463. Alright, so let's come back to our Mac OS, and on this system you can see ifconfig, and I'm trying to see my IP address basically. So on this system, basically I'm establishing a connection to the Linux Debian machine which we have seen currently using the command which is nc. The IP address of the machine that we have seen, which is exactly the same IP address that we are connecting to, and the port number on which the connection has started, as you can see over here. So this machine is listening on this port number and we are trying to connect to that machine. Once we are successfully connected, you can see we got a connect request from the IP address, which is this, using the port number 51184. And you can see I was able to type a message which was we are connected. Now anything that we type here on this terminal, we are able to see onto our next machine. For example, let's see this works, and let's go inside and see it works. As we can see that both these machines are connected and they are able to communicate with each other. Alright, let's come back to netstat now. So we are going to see the connections that have been opened into this computer and to see if they are communicating with any other host or service, and what is the state. Is it established, open or closed? For that, you can see over here, I have typed the command which is netstat, and this is the output. Let me just scroll up and here we go. You can see netstat-a to see all the connection requests including TCP, UDP. And now if you notice over here, this is the connection that we have successfully established. And you can see the IP address, which is 192.168.241.1, which is this machine, which you can see over here. And the port of this machine, which is 51184, which is being used. This is the foreign address, the remote machine to whom which we are connected on the port number 44463. So this is the local address, as you can see over here. This is the foreign address to whom we are connected on this specific port, and we can confirm from here this is the same port, and this is the local machine through which we have got the connection from this port number, and we can verify this using the netstat command. Now you can see over here the state is established, which means both the machines are currently in an established state and are communicating with each other. So this is it for this video. I hope you guys understood. You can also see there are plenty of other services which have been running in the background. Now, most of these services are being run by the system commands in which they try to frequently get connected to the servers for security patches or updates, etc. Or in case if you're running any system level applications or antivirus in background, they also frequently connect to their service for frequent updates. So this is it for this video. I hope you guys understood. In case you have any doubts or queries, you can always ask it into the Q&A. Thank you. Hey, welcome back to this video. So in this video, we are going to learn about archives and how you can compress files and directories into Linux. We are going to see different compression techniques. Also, we will see how you can zip and unzip or extract those archives. So let's quickly begin with the first one. So first, let's quickly go into a directory where we are going to compress a directory. So let's go in UFOnet, which is the directory in which you can see I have already created a directory named Rohit. So let's see what's inside it. And you can see there is a file which is hack.txt, which contains the content or the text which is I love hacking. All right. So let's go one step back using cd ... and now we are back again in the UFOnet directory. All right. So the first thing or the first command that we are going to see is tar. So basically we are going to create a tar named archive, which is archive.tar, which will contain the directory which is Rohit. And for that, the command that we are going to use is tar compress f archive.tar, which is the name that we are giving to our archive and the directory that you want to use or which you intend to be compressed. All right, so we have finally compressed Rohit directory into archive.tar. Now you can also decompress it or you can decrypt it using the command which is tar xvf and the tar name or the compressed file name. As you can see, it has finally decompressed it and you can see the content which is rohit/hack.txt inside it. Perfect. Now let us move forward, and now we are going to see how you can create a gzip compressed tar file, which is a gunzip based tar file. So for that, the command that we are going to use is tar czf. You can add the hyphen or the dash. It is not compulsory. Without it also the command will work. All right, so tar czf and archive.tar.gz, and the directory that we want to gunzip or compress is Rohit. As you can see, it has finally created a gunzip file which is archive.tar.gz. Perfect. So this was the second method or the second way through which we can compress the files. Now let's quickly extract the gunzip or gzip files. For that, the command is tar xzf and the archive name which we have recently compressed, and now this will decompress it. Perfect. So in case sometimes you download few files from the internet or there are some programs or binaries from GitHub which may be gunzipped, so this is the command through which you can decompress it and finally use it. Perfect. Let's move forward, and now we are going to choose the same directory which is Rohit again, but this time we are going to create a tar file with bzip2 compression. Now this is again a new technique of compression that we are going to use. You may come across many times these types of compressed files on GitHub and other various websites. So that is the main reason I'm showing you how you can create these types of compressed files, and if in case you have downloaded it, how you can decompress it. Now to create a bzip2 compression, you simply have to type the command which is tar cjf and archive.tar.bz2 and the directory name which is Rohit. Perfect. So we have successfully created a new archive with bzip2 compression. Now in case you want to decompress it, the command would be tar xjf and archive.tar.bz2. Perfect. This will decompress it again into the original directory, which is Rohit. So this is it for this video. I hope you guys understood 3 methods to compress and decompress the files. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to this video. So in this lesson, we are going to learn about how to use search and do pattern matching. Alright, so let's quickly begin. So as you can see on the terminal, I'm into the directory which is UFOnet, and you can see I have listed to see what is inside it. Now let me quickly go into the directory which is Rohit, and you can see there is a file called as hack.txt. Now what I'm going to do currently is I'm going to add some data or content into this file. So I'm going to add random things just to show you how to do pattern matching or how to extract a specific pattern out of this file. So let me just add some more random data, and let's say hacking, hacks, hacker, apple.com, microsoft.com, etc, etc. Once I have completed adding random words into this, I'm going to do a pattern match and identify for a specific keyword. Now this is very handy and helpful in terms of identifying a specific keyword into files. For that, I'm going to use the command which is cat hack.txt, through which we are basically reading the file, and then I'm going to use grep hack. Now by doing this, you can see the output over here. It has grabbed those words which contains the pattern hack. As you can see, hacking, dehack, hacking, hacks, hacker, hacks, hacks. I hope you guys understood how to use grep to identify a pattern into a file. Alright, now let's move ahead. Grep is also useful to identify patterns not only into files but into directories as well. So let's quickly see that how you can search recursively for a pattern in a directory using the command grep. For that, you can simply type grep -r and the pattern. So let's say hack, and the directory name. So let's say the directory is root UFOnet, and hit enter. And you can see it has matched the pattern hack into the whole directory in all the files that exist. As you can see, root UFOnet build file. So these are all the configuration files which contains the keyword hack. As you can see, it is matching into this JavaScript file, etc, etc. Now this is again very helpful in case you want to identify a specific keyword related pattern into a directory where there are multiple files, and you can just identify that sensitive content, for instance. Now let us move ahead. Now we are going to find files and directories by their names. For that, we are going to use the command which is locate. So there's a file called as superhack, which is created into the user share Metasploit framework, and I'm going to locate that file. As you can see, the command is very simple: locate and the file name that you want or the directory name that you want, and it is able to successfully locate it. This is again pretty simple but very handy. Let's move ahead now. Now we are going to find files in the directory that starts with a prefix. So this time let's identify or find a file into the root directory, into the UFOnet which is inside the root directory, and let's specify the name. So the name of the file that we created was hack.txt. So we do not get anything on hack because there is no such file. But when we change the name to hack.txt, we are able to identify that yes, hack.txt exists in this path. So now remember, whenever you're playing CTFs, at that time you always try to find the flags. So this can be helpful. This command find will automatically find the flag files into any of the directory, which will make your work much more easier. So these are small hacks that are very helpful, and these tricks make your work much more faster. Let's move ahead. So now let's say you want to find files which are larger than 100 MB, for instance, into a specific directory. So for that also you can use the command find the directory name where you want to identify the file which is greater than the size 100 MB. So you can specify find/root -size plus 100 MB. And these are the files which are greater than 100 MB. As you can see, these are some of the word list which I have created to brute force on various websites. So I hope you guys understood how you can do pattern matching as well as search. Thank you.
Hello everyone. So in this section we are going to learn about social engineering. What are the types of social engineering attacks? We are going to discuss about phishing attacks. What are the types of phishing attacks? How to perform phishing, and how can you safeguard yourself from such phishing and social engineering attacks. So what is social engineering? Social engineering is essentially hacking without any code. It is also called as psychological manipulation of people into performing some actions to take out their confidential information. So what are the root cause of social engineering attacks? So the first is imposter phone calls. Second is unsafe browsing. Third is oversharing your information on social media. Roughly around 156 million phishing emails are sent globally every day. So let's see how can you safeguard yourself from such dangerous attack. What are the different types of social engineering attacks? So the first one is shoulder surfing. Shoulder surfing is looking someone over their shoulder when they are trying to enter their confidential or sensitive information. It can be clearly seen from the image that a man is trying to see a girl's computer when she is typing something sensitive. So this is how it happens. So how to avoid this? Putting your computer or your system in such a position that no one or no third party is able to see what you are typing or you are entering into your computer. So this is how you can prevent yourself from shoulder surfing attacks. Second type is dumpster diving. Collecting sensitive information from or documents from dumps, rubbish or garbage. Most of the time what people or individual do they just crumble their sensitive pages or documents and throw it in dustbins, which is not the right way. So how can you prevent a dumpster diving attack? So to prevent this, you should shred your documents before putting it into the dustbin or in garbage. Third thing is impersonation. Impersonation means pretending to be someone who you are not. They may dress as a pizza delivery guy, they may dress as a bank manager, they may dress as a part of your own organization, working as employees. So it can be done virtually or it can be done physically. It can be done virtually through phone calls or emails. Phishing. Phishing is the last type of social engineering attack, which means phishing is a fraudulent attempt to obtain sensitive information such as username, password, credit card details by disguising oneself as a trustworthy entity. So by disguising a user and try to behave as a legitimate source, try to take out your information by calling you, by sending you emails, by doing any further planning. Phishing is known as a planned attack. So these are the different types of social engineering attack. We'll see in the further slide how can you safeguard yourself from phishing attacks particularly, as well as we'll see the practical how to perform phishing attacks. Not to infect others, but to understand the overall working, so that you understand better that how can you safeguard yourself if you come across such attacks. Thank you. Hello everyone. So in this video we are going to talk about what is phishing. So what is phishing? Phishing is a fraud in which an attacker tries to spoof a particular individual to gain access to its sensitive information or data. What is the principle of phishing? So the principle of phishing is an attacker hides or masquerades its identity and try to behave as a legitimate source to gain access of the victim's data. Why phishing? So phishing has been so successful so far because we are humans and we have a tendency to get lured. We see a lot of bumper discount and we eventually fall for it. This is how it works. We get some message saying spin and you will win some prize. So without understanding what the thing is, we click on the link quickly and then we fall for such traps. Most of the time urgency is something which makes us fall for this kind of attacks. Only 5 minutes left to avail the offer. You kinda get this kind of message alerts or pop-ups and you quickly click on that because you want to avail it within 5 minutes. Without giving a second thought, what you do is you click on that link. This is where you fall. Luring is something which is always there when an attacker makes a scenario. So we'll see how. What are the different types of phishing? So wishing, smishing, whaling and spear phishing are the different types of phishing. We will discuss each one in detail. So the first one is wishing. Wishing is voice over phishing. Someone will call you and try to understand or maybe try to explain you and get your confidential information from you. We have seen ample of attacks from a bank employee calling a particular person and asking for credit card numbers, CVV, debit card numbers, etc. So these all attacks which are been done through a phone call is categorized under this wishing attacks. Then we have smishing. Smishing is SMS phishing. You get a message and then you click on that link, and using that link something wrong happens to you or the victim. This is how smishing works. Most of the time what I have seen so far is you get a message on your phone saying you have won a lottery of 5 lakh rupees. Click here to claim your reward. Or it can be in different forms. So when a SMS comes along with some malicious links or something, we categorize that attack into smishing attacks. Then we have whaling. Let's understand whaling with the help of an example. Let's imagine there is a school. In a school we have 3 different roles. First role is a student, second role is a teacher, and third role is a principal. So student, let's imagine there is a portal for them to log in. Student will have access to only his or her own data about her activities, about her performance. She can see into the portal. If there is a teacher login, so teacher will be able to see the whole class students activities plus their attendance and so many different stuff. Let's imagine about the third category, that is the principal. Principal will be able to see and access the activities of the teachers as well as the students. That means principal has the larger access than both other categories has. So in whaling, the attacker tries to attack some important persons or individuals of an organization to gain more access to data. So in whaling, attacker tries to target CEO, CFO, CISO, principal of organizations to get the maximum access and the maximum data out of it. The last is spear phishing. In spear phishing, a person already knows a lot of things about the victim. This attack is done one-to-one attack. Let's say I know you and I know that you like to shop a lot from Zara. So you keep on looking and searching for Zara coupons or vouchers online. So what I will do, being an attacker, I will send you an email saying here are the Zara voucher, click here and claim get the coupon code. So you are already looking for something, and what I am trying to do is, being an attacker, I know what you want or what you desire. So what I am doing over here is I am giving you the same thing. So there are more chances that you will click on my link because you already want it. I have done a good research about you, about your activities, and then I have planned something according to your mindset. So this is one-to-one phishing, known as spear phishing. Okay, so how hard is to phish? It is not at all difficult. It's very simple. We are going to see in the next video how to phish or how to create a phishing website. Initially, they used to do it this way. Microsoft is not equal to. Can you spot any difference between these two domains? Yes, there is a difference. M is replaced with RN, Microsoft.com, but when it is in the URL bar, the size of the font is so small that it is very difficult to notice this. So this is how initially phishing used to happen, but now you and me and a lot of individuals like us are being so smart so that we can identify and we can mark this error so easily. So nowadays this trick doesn't works. So this is very easy to find out.
Hello everyone and welcome to this video. So in this video, we are going to learn about cryptography. So what is cryptography? Cryptography is a method of protecting information and communication, a technique which was derived for security or secure communication between two parties. Now, how cryptography helps in protecting the information and secure communication is what we are going to learn into the next upcoming videos. So let's dive in more in cryptography and understand what actually it is. So cryptography is the study of concepts like encryption, decryption, which is used to provide secure communication. So now here we came across two new words, which is encryption and decryption. What are those? We are going to learn that as well. For now, just keep in mind that encryption basically means to encrypt something, which is take a text message which is hi and encrypt it to a gibberish keyword or which is in non-readable format. This is known as encryption. Decryption is its vice versa, that we are going to take the gibberish or non-readable message and we are going to decrypt it back to its original form or format. This process is known as decryption. Now, this technique is used when any one person or any party wants to transfer a secure message from one place to another. In case there is someone who is between those two parties who is trying to snoop in and listen to the communication, even if the third person gets the message, will not be able to understand what is there into the message because it is into a non-readable format. This is where the cryptography comes in place and helps in secure communication. Alright, moving ahead. One more technical definition that you can obviously utilize in any of your job interviews or internships. So cryptography is the method of protecting information and communication through the use of codes and algorithms so that can only intended users can read and access the information. So there are different types of algorithms that can be used, which we are going to learn, which can start from block ciphers, asymmetric encryption, symmetric encryption, different algorithms like AES, DES, RSA, Diffie-Hellman, etc. So I hope you guys understood this, what actually cryptography means, why it was derived, and how it helps us into our day-to-day life for secure communication. Thank you. Hello everyone, and welcome to this video. In this video, we are going to perform a breakdown of cryptography. So as the name suggests, cryptography, what does it actually mean? The prefix, which is crypt, means hidden or vault, and the suffix, which is graphy, means writing. So basically we are going to write something in a hidden format, which is basically used for secure communication. It is one of the best example of how cryptography works, wherein one message needs to be transferred from one place to another in a secure manner. Now, if you see over here, I have made a figure in which you can understand the process of cryptography in a very simpler manner. Let's start with the left hand side. As you can see, a plain text message. Now, I'm going to send a text message to you saying hi, which is in a readable format. I'm going to encrypt it first of all because I do not want that message to be read by someone else or any third party. Once the message has been encrypted through an algorithm, the new generated message will be a ciphertext which is into a non-readable format. Most of the times, this ciphertext is a gibberish lines of code which is not understood by humans. This text or cipher code is known as ciphertext. Now, this ciphertext will reach to you for the party which is intended for. Now, you can also cannot read it what's written inside. For that, you need to decrypt the message using the right key. Once you decrypt the message using the right key, you will be able to get the original message into its plain text format, which is readable, and you will successfully get the message which is hi, which I have sent to you. I hope this was clear, and this is the main principle of cryptography. How does it work? Before diving deep into it, you should always have a clear picture of what are the next steps or the principle that you are going to perform. There are a lot of things that have been involved into the encryption and the decryption part, but do not worry about that. We are going to cover that into the upcoming videos so that you get pretty much flexible to understand what is cryptography and you can easily absorb all the basics of it. So this is it for this video, and I hope you guys understood the principle of cryptography. Thank you.
Hi everyone. So, as we have understood the principles of cryptography, now let's quickly have an overview on the cryptography techniques. So, there are basically two types of techniques that are used in cryptography to encrypt the message and send a secure message for the communication. So, it is based on two algorithms that you can see
On the left hand side is the symmetric algorithm, and on the right hand side is the asymmetric algorithm. Now, just to list out a few examples of what are the symmetric algorithm ciphers, you can see it is DES, 3DES and AES, and for asymmetric it's RSA, ECC, EL-Gamal respectively. So these are the two different types of algorithms which are used for secure communication. We are going to dive deep in both of them and understand how they work and what is the difference between both. Before that, let's quickly understand what's encryption, because this is the main block that we understood over here. As you can see, first the plain text message, which is in readable format, which is the message hi, is taken and is encrypted. So let's quickly understand the main function of encryption over here. So what is encryption? A technical definition of encryption would be something like this, that it is a process of translating plain text data, that is hi, into something that is difficult to understand, which is also called as ciphertext. Now we understand what is a ciphertext. It is nothing but the same message from the plain text which is transferred or translated into a non-readable format. Now the second question is, why do we even do encryption? So the main purpose of encryption is to transform data in order to keep it secret from others, as we want to make a secure communication between two parties. Alright, so let's take an example of encryption. So let's say we want to send someone a secret letter that only they should be able to read, or securely sending a password over the internet. We want it to be kept secret. That's why we are not going to send into the plain text format. Now this is exactly the same like the previous example that I have given you, in which I'm going to send a text message which is hi to you. In the same manner, you can send any data, and here we are dealing with the password which is encrypted and send it to the other party who receives it. Now this is the main fundamental reason we use encryption, to keep it secure from third parties. So I hope you guys understood what is the main purpose of encryption. Now we are going to dig deeper in and understand what are the types of encryption. Thank you. Hello everyone and welcome to this video. So in this video, we are going to understand about the types of encryption. So basically there are two types of encryption. The first is symmetric key. The second is asymmetric. Alright, so let's understand what is the difference between both of these types of encryption and how they are used into our day-to-day life to send a secure message into any form of communication. Alright, so let's first understand about the symmetric encryption, and then we'll jump on to the asymmetric one. So here are the few bullet points that I have listed down, just in case, so that you can make notes and you can remember them for a longer period of time. So the first bullet point says, symmetric encryption uses a single key. Alright, so the first and the most important point that you should understand is, symmetric contains one key, asymmetric contains two keys. Alright, the next point is, the key needs to be shared among the people who need to receive the message. That means if me and you, we both want to make secure communication using symmetric key encryption, then the key needs to be shared between both the parties, that is you and me. We should have the key, which is basically nothing but the password. The third point is, it uses the same key for encryption and decryption, which means the password through which the plain text is encrypted will only be used to decrypt the encrypted text, which means in simple terms that the same password or the same key should be used to encrypt as well as retrieve the message back into its plain text message. Now, the encryption is fast compared to asymmetric. Yes, why? Because it only uses one key, whereas asymmetric uses two keys. Now, what are those two keys? We are going to understand into the asymmetric encryption part. Here are a few examples of symmetric key encryption, which is DES, 3DES, AES, RC4, RC5, and blowfish. Now you should know the examples of symmetric key encryption because these are asked quite a few times in internships and job interviews. Now, I have presented a figure over here to make this much more simpler and understand visually. You can see on the left hand side is a plain text message which is encrypted using a key, as you can see over here. Once it is encrypted, as you can see, which is demonstrated by the orange color arrow, the ciphertext has been generated out of the plain text. Now, the ciphertext is unreadable format and looks like a gibberish message. Now, the same key has been used by the other party or the recipient, the receiver, to decrypt the message. As you can see, the green arrow depicts the decryption part and it gets back to the plain text message. So this was quite simple to understand, and I hope you guys understood how symmetric key encryption works. Now, just to sum up everything, you just have to remember one thing. The most important difference between symmetric and asymmetric encryption is symmetric uses single key to encrypt the message, and thus as it is using only one key, it is much faster, and the examples are AES, DES, RC4, Blowfish, etc. Thank you. Hello everyone and welcome to this video. So in this video, we are going to discuss about asymmetric encryption, and we are going to see the difference between this and symmetric. Now, the main difference between symmetric and asymmetric is asymmetric uses two keys, which is a public key and a private key, which is basically a key pair for encryption and decryption of messages. Unlike symmetric, it only uses a single key for encryption and decryption. Now, as asymmetric encryption uses two keys, that's why the encryption is comparatively slow than symmetric, but it is a negligible amount of time which it takes. Alright, so what are the examples of asymmetric encryption? Two of the examples are Diffie-Hellman and RSA. Alright, so as you can see over here, the figure which depicts the asymmetric encryption and the communication which is happening between Alice and Bob. Now, before understanding the figure, let's just keep one thing in mind, which is every one of us have a key pair, which is a public and a private key, in case we want to do asymmetric encryption. Do not worry if you do not have a key pair. That can easily be generated by many tools that are available. Alright, so Alice is going to take a message hello. She is going to encrypt the message using Bob's public key. Once it is encrypted using Bob's public key and own private key, the ciphertext has been generated. Then the ciphertext is being sent to Bob. Bob takes the ciphertext, decrypts it using Bob's private key and Alice's public key, and finally the message is being again decrypted into its original form, which is hello. Now this is how the asymmetric encryption works. So as I already explained you, there are two keys, which is the public key and the private key. So let's understand about both the keys. The first one is public key. So public key uses asymmetric algorithm that converts messages into an unreadable format. Public key is publicly accessible. Yes, we know that. That's why the name is public key. And it is shared with everyone. Yes, everyone should have a public key. In case you want to encrypt a message and send it to someone, you should have his public key or the recipient's public key. Now, what is a private key? The private key is a secret key that is used to decrypt the message, which is your key, your personal key. You do not have to share that to anyone. It should be secured and you should never reveal your private key. Now, let's have a look at a very simple example that you can see over here, which I have depicted for you. Now, there are again two parties, that is Bob and Alice, who wants to communicate to each other using asymmetric encryption. Now, we know that asymmetric uses two keys, which are those public and private. Perfect. Now, let's say Bob wants to send a message which is I like you to Alice. So how Bob is going to do that? You should think about it and you should be able to give the answer by now. If not, you can understand over here. Bob is going to take the message which is I like you, and Bob is going to encrypt the message using Alice's public key and Bob's own private key. Now, once the message has been encrypted, it is going to be sent to Alice. Once it receives Alice, Alice is going to decrypt the message using Alice's private key and Bob's public key. Pretty simple, yes? If you're not able to understand and if you get confused, there is a very simple trick to remember this. Alright, so now you should know that private keys are your private thing and you cannot share it, or others cannot see your private things, right? So now let's understand this again with the help of this trick. Now Bob wants to encrypt the message that is I like you. So how he is going to do that? Obviously, as I said, the private key is owns private key and we cannot see others private key. So Bob is obviously not going to take Alice's private key. Instead, what is left? The public key. So Bob is going to use Alice's public key and own private key, because we know that two keys are required. Similarly, once the message has been reached to Alice, Alice is not going to take Bob's private key, instead Bob's public key and own private key to decrypt the message. Now this makes much more sense, and this trick will help you remember this concept. So I hope you guys understood this. Now we have one more test case which I'm going to make you understand into the next video, so that you do not get confused in this one. So I hope you guys understood. Thank you. Yeah, so hi everyone. So we have understood the asymmetric key encryption. How does it work with the help of two keys? Now let's see an interesting test case so that you understand what is the importance of keys in asymmetric encryption. So before understanding the case, let's just go back and remember what we learned, that any user who wants to perform asymmetric encryption, so I'll just write asymmetric encryption, needs two keys. Alright, now both the keys, which is the public key and the private key, is the mathematical combination, which means both the keys are generated at the same time. It's not like you can generate your public key and your private key at a later point of time, because both the keys are a key pair, which means both are a mathematical combination. Now, just to make this much more simpler, assume this, that 50% of the public key plus 50% of your private key makes a key pair. Now, why am I saying this? This is just to make things much more simpler so that you can understand asymmetric encryption in a much more clearer way. Alright, so now this is clear till now. Let's understand the test case now. Okay, so Bob wants to send a message to Alice, that is I like you. So Bob is going to take the message which is I like you. As we have already seen, Bob is going to encrypt the message that is I like you using Alice's public key and Bob's private key, and Bob is going to send the message to Alice. Now my question to you is, how is Alice going to decrypt and read the message? And I know you will say that Alice is going to decrypt the message that is I like you using Bob's public key. Now my question over here is, if Alice is going to decrypt the message that is I like you, which is into an encrypted format using Bob's public key, then the public key is already public, that we have learned. Then can anyone else also read that message? So first, let's say instance, Rohit is a man in the middle between Bob and Alice, and Rohit by some reasons captures this encrypted message and wants to read. Now Alice is going to read the message using Bob's public key, and let's suppose Rohit also gets the same public key. Will Rohit be able to read the message? This is the question that you have to answer. If you have understood the funda of asymmetric encryption, then your answer should be no. Rohit cannot read the message of Bob using Bob's public key. Then you may ask why Alice is able to read the message of Bob using Bob's public key. Because of this, the math, the key pair functionality that has happened. Now, let's go back and understand this. Bob encrypts a message using Alice's public key, which is Alice's 50% of mathematical combination, and sends a message to Alice. Now, Alice is only the intended recipient, and Alice is only able to decrypt the message. Why? Because the 50% of her private key will help in decrypting the message, because the public key that is used is of Alice, which is the other 50% of the mathematical key pair. Now, I hope this is clear with everyone. That is the main reason Rohit, being an attacker in between, cannot read the message, because Rohit does not have Alice's private key, right? That's why Rohit is not able to decrypt the message. Now, for some reasons, let's see one more test case, that is test case 2. In case Alice loses her keys, which keys? Public key and private key. Obviously, public key is available freely to the public. So let's say she loses her private key and Rohit gets the private key. Can Rohit use that private key to decrypt the message? Your answer should be definitely yes. Rohit can decrypt the message, because now Rohit has the combination of the adjoining key, that is the private key, that is the other 50%. So any message that Bob sends to Alice using Alice's public key can be decrypted through Alice's private key. And now, as Alice has been lost her key, or her key has been compromised, and Rohit has her private key, Rohit is able to decrypt the message easily. So yes, always remember your public key and your private key pair is very essential. Although you can distribute freely your public key, but always keep your private key in a safe and secure place, and it should never be lost. In case you lose it, that means anyone can sign your messages on your behalf, read your messages, modify, delete, do anything that he wants to do. So I hope this is clear now, and you have a clear picture of what is a public key, private key, how does it work like, and what is its principle. Thank you. Hello everyone, and welcome to this video. So till now, as we have understood about asymmetric encryption and what is public key and private key, let's see an practical implementation of it. So here, we are going to use an online tool for RSA encryption and decryption just to depict the use of public key and private key. Alright, so once you are onto this website, which I'm going to add into the resources section, here you can see onto the left hand side, you can see the encrypt menu. Onto the right hand side, you can see the decrypt menu. So I assume you do not have a public key and a private key pair before starting encryption or decryption. So we are going to do that first. Alright, so first, as you can see over here, it says generate RSA key pair. I'm going to click that. So once I click it, you can see a key pair has been successfully generated. On the left hand side is the public key, and on the right hand side is the private key. Now, as I've already expressed multiple times in the previous videos, the public key and private key are generated together. They are not generated separately, which means it's a mathematical combination. Perfect. Now, this is our public key, and you can see it is not like some plain text. It is some unreadable gibberish format, and similar goes with the private key. And you can see the private key is much longer than our public key. Alright, so now let's go down and you can see RSA encryption and RSA decryption. So first, let's enter some plain text to encrypt. So let's say our message is a secret message from Rohit. Alright, now this message is intended to send to a receiver or a recipient. So let's say I'm going to send this message to myself for now. So I need a public key. So I'm going to use this public key and paste it over here. Now you can see over here it says RSA key type. So what is the key that you have pasted? It is a public key. Perfect. Now we know that in case you want to send a secure message, which is a encrypted message or a ciphertext to someone, you need the recipient's public key, not a private key. So we have used the public key of the recipient. Here in this case we are using our own public key. Now you can see the encrypt button. So I'm just going to click this button and it is going to encrypt the message for us. And you can see the message has been successfully encrypted. Perfect. So I hope this is clear till now. Now we need to decrypt this message, as this is a ciphertext which cannot be easily readable by human. So now we need to decrypt this. So we are just going to copy this, which is the encrypted message, and paste it over here. As you can see, enter the encrypted text. Now I have pasted the encrypted text. Now we need the private key to decrypt it. So we are going to use our own private key for now, because the message which is encrypted by the public key is going to be get decrypted by the corresponding private key only. So I'm going to paste the key over here, and now I'm going to hit the decrypt button. And as soon as I do that, guys, I should be able to see the message which is secret message from Rohit, because this is our plain text. Now let's click over here and we can see our practical was successful, as we have got the correct message output from the ciphertext. Alright, now let me show you one more thing, a test case. Let me just make a very minute change into the private key. So let's say I remove this Z from here and I try to decrypt this, and let's see if we get it. And you can see we got a successful error. This means any minute change into the key itself will not allow us to decrypt the message to its original form. So I hope you guys understood the fundamentals of public key, private key encryption, and how we can encrypt a message and decrypt it using a public key and a private key pair. Thank you.
Congratulations for completing this course. Now you can successfully download free certificate for which you can post on LinkedIn and Twitter as well. To download the certificate, follow the link given in the description. Also, do not forget to tag me, which is Rohit Gautam, Shifa Cyclewala, and Hacktify Cybersecurity on your post so that we are aware about your success. Also, if you are looking forward to make a career in cybersecurity and learn the most on-demand skill in web application pen testing, network security, reconnaissance, bug bounties, etc., you can reach out to us on the given number in the description, or you can also email us as well. Thank you so much, and I wish you all the best.